Thank you so much. My name is Felicia Orth, hearing officer for EIB 25-23. This is the Clean Transportation Fuels Program. We're on day 5 of the hearing, and when we reached the end of the day yesterday, it appeared that everyone who had, all the parties who had questions for the department panel had gone, but we got an email from Mr. Smith asking if he could ask his questions this morning. So, Mr. Smith, can you hear me? I believe you're on the platform. Pam, would you unmute him or ask him to unmute? All right, thank you. Did anyone else reach out to you, Pam, from the parties who weren't responsive yesterday when I called on them? Okay, thank you. Let's turn then to board questions. Would you like to start, Vice Chair? No? You'd rather not? Would you like to start, Member Garcia? Sure.
Good morning, panel. My main question is looking at the economics of having a program like this. Now that there are other states who have more mature programs, and I'm sure they did projections and estimates of what the economic benefits would be. Did you sort of verify or true up your projections based on the mistakes they made in their projections? Do you understand? And I don't know which one would be best to answer that.
I could speak to looking at other states' projections. I don't know specifically about. I got a pretty hot mic right now. I don't know. Oh, thank you. That's actually much better. I don't know specifically about mistakes that other states have made in their projections, so might need a bit of clarification on that. But we have looked, for example, at the benefits cost analysis for Washington State. In fact, I'm sitting next to its author. And in addition, the standardized regulatory impact assessment for the California Clean Fuel Standard, although that was done fairly late in the program. So I took information from, it's called the SRIA, S-R-I-A. I took information from it about the program and gleaned as much as I could about it, but it was published in 2023 after the program was over a decade old when they published that first SRIA. So I learned from the program through it. But in terms of mistakes that were in the modeling exercises, is there like a more specific issue that I could speak to there?
I guess I'm more interested in when they projected job creation, for instance. How many jobs will be created by their program? And you're doing the same in New Mexico. So how off target did they turn out to be, below or above, either way? And were you able to look at that and look at what kinds of parameters they use that may not have been, the right parameters, and so adjust your inputs to account for that?
The job projections, so both of the analyses that I referenced, the benefits cost analysis for Washington State and the standardized regulatory impact assessment in California's case, are pretty young. So there hasn't been a lot of data since they've been published. It's only been 2 or 3 years to try to true up their job projections and figure out if they were accurate or not. And I'm not certain that the Washington State model Matt can speak to. I don't think they explicitly included. There were. Okay. I'm sorry. There were. Okay. I'm going to let the author of that report speak to it a little bit more. I think he is better positioned to do so. But I will say that we certainly are not, we have been conservative enough with our job projections to not miss high. And I'm very confident of that because we were just looking at jobs from building one fuel supply equipment station for each fuel and vehicle duty type per zip code. That is like a very bare minimum, I think, jobs estimate for the effects of the program. So I'm like very, very certain that that is, if anything, um, a if anything, an estimate that errs on the side of being cautious and not overstating anything in terms of benefits.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Yeah, no, I would just add that, certainly both from my time authoring or overseeing the writing of Washington's initial report, as well as review of the other states, we certainly have, taken all of the lessons that we've learned, ways to improve the modeling techniques and tried to bring them to you all and to New Mexico to prepare the best analysis possible. In the Washington case, there were specific rules in how the benefit cost analysis there was to be done, and to the extent that those have materialized or not, as Mr. Ford was saying, we made every effort to try to pull back on those and make sure that the jobs we were projecting were as conservative as possible, and that to the extent that we missed, we would miss on the upside by, not accounting for new renewable power generation that might come into the state, new biofuels plants, like all of that is excluded from the analysis because those jobs could materialize in New Mexico or elsewhere, and we wanted to be, rigorously conservative there. So we really tried to limit. I mean, the reason why we focused on fuel supply equipment is obviously that has to be built in New Mexico, and it has to be built by New Mexicans. But beyond that, like the job projections that we're showing, it would be upside.
And I'll also say, so that was also why, because we were so kind of de minimis in how we projected jobs that would result in the BRG benefits cost analysis. We also commissioned Adelante Consulting to do that study of additional jobs that might result from the program. And I'll point out that even Adelante, in their 274 full-time jobs estimate, they themselves were conservative. So this is all like, and that is because there was a filtering process that they used to come to that number, where they were looking, when they spoke business to business and interviewed business to business about like whether there was at least plans in place, and so enough to the degree that they could give them an estimated number of people working on different projects. So and some of those projects are permitted and moving forward, as Bureau Chief Borchert and myself both mentioned in our testimonies. And so even that 274 additional jobs is just from the companies that and they were very comprehensive, but just from the companies that they reached out and spoke with. And that might not be all the companies out there that would want to take advantage of incentives under this program. And it was of those companies that they spoke with, only the ones that had some plans in place to actually move forward and hire and give an estimate to them of number of employees. So even that 274 is not de minimis, but keeps the spirit of conservatism in its estimate.
Okay, thank you. Considering the Adelante report, I noticed in table 1 there was a listing of potential job creation, and it listed hydrogen quite a few times. And I was wondering what type of hydrogen production were you looking at? Because it doesn't say what type, whether it's blue hydrogen or hydrogen created from fossil fuels.
Yes. Well, blue hydrogen potentially could or could not be created from fossil fuels, as one example, because it's
Right.
steam methane reforming. I think it was a mix of both. I know for certain that there was at least one blue hydrogen project counted and at least one green hydrogen project counted where it's made from electrolysis with no fossil fuels necessarily. It depends where the electricity comes from, but if it's on-site renewables, then no fossil fuels. And I know that there's at least one of each of those two categories. Beyond that, I couldn't give like a more rigorous breakdown of how much of which.
Okay. Thank you. That's all for now. I'll have to look through my notes and drink a little more coffee and figure out what other questions I have. Thank you.
Member Bitzer, do you have any questions?
Well, first of all, I'm just grateful to have so many fellow conservatives in the room. Usually in Santa Fe, I'm kind of an outlier. So I want to thank you all for being here with me. It's like we got each other's back, I'm sure. There was many years ago, I worked down at City Hall in Albuquerque, and our mayor was trying to be the greenest big city mayor in America. And actually got an award for that at one point. We did all sorts of things. I think one thing we stole from Colorado was the first renewables to hydrogen conference, and I forget what the organization was called, but it was this was their premier conference, and I was able to make off with that conference from wherever they're going to have it in Colorado because I had the labs, Sandia and Los Alamos, kick in some sponsorship funds, and it was good. It was technical in nature and so forth. But I'm wondering whatever became of that, just from a macroeconomic standpoint. Whatever became that. I know we had a fuel cell powders manufacturer in Albuquerque. I don't know if they're still around. Just in terms of other ancillary, secondary jobs, if you weren't being so conservative, would there, what would a higher end, or what would a liberal number look like if you were going to go there? That's to say, anybody wants to answer that?
I don't know the answer offhand, but I know someone who does. I have a friend and former colleague who came from the national labs, and he works on fuel cell technology. To your point, and it was one of I believe the parties interviewed in the Adelante report. So I don't know that he gave a specific number, but I could go back and check and provide that for you.
That's all I have. Otherwise, I'm happy to hear conservatives.
Yeah, I mean, I will certainly say I can't speak specifically to the New Mexico context of that, but I will say that in the Western U.S. in particular, we're definitely seeing the beginnings of large-scale hydrogen production. There's a facility in Delta, Utah, that's just coming online that I believe would be one of the largest electrolyzers in the world. It's largely being powered by renewables, and obviously its required associated build out of transmission infrastructure given its size, as well as generators to feed it. I'm aware of at least 2 electrolyzers coming online in Washington, which, I will say from my interactions with them on behalf of state of Washington agencies are certainly very interested in Washington's equivalent of this and trying to figure out how they can get their electrolyzers to participate and bring low carbon intensity fuel to generate credits in the state.
While y'all are looking, there was also a non-electrolyzer technology that we sort of rolled out at that conference. Sandia was working on the CR5, the counter rotating reciprocating recuperating reactor kind of thing. It was like under high temperatures, you could take water and shear the molecules directly with some sort of microporous counter rotating surface. I don't know if that was ever going to become more than a scientific novelty, but they were doing research in that regard. So another way to get to renewable hydrogen, in theory at least. So.
Is that all?
That's all I thought he was looking for something.
Oh, okay. Good.
Sorry, this was just to circle back with Member Garcia's question, although Member Bitzer, it relates to yours as well. So in Table 1, I'm looking at the hydrogen project specifically. There's some I can say. So just to elaborate on that, Blue Pony Energy, that would be blue hydrogen from steam methane reforming. Kit Carson, that would, I know for a fact, that would be green hydrogen from electrolysis. And there are a couple others where one of which I suspect is blue and one of which I suspect is green, but do not want to speculate without seeing something more concrete than that.
Thank you.
Okay. Member Ely, do you have questions of this department panel?
Yes, I do. Good morning. Thanks for hanging in there with us. I guess this first question, it may go to you, Dr. Ford, or Mr. Ford. It's around Brooklyn Claim, and there's been some comments about how that works and whether, as it's set up now, New Mexico would get all the environmental benefits from that program. Do other states allow credits to go to sources outside of their jurisdiction in their clean programs, as it seems this is set up in New Mexico or being proposed for New Mexico?
The best answer would actually come from the previous panel in terms of those provisions. I suspect that there is some degree of book and claim in those states with respect, at least, if nothing else, to electricity, and I believe to some degree to natural gas as well.
Thank you, Member Ely. Just to elaborate on that, there are book and claim provisions in the other states for electricity. They have varying degrees of deliverability requirements. The general safeguard, which is also very much in place in New Mexico, is that you don't want to, create green electricity in Indiana and then have it not be deliverable to your state. Similarly, there are book and claim provisions for gaseous fuels, particularly for renewable natural gas. And again, there are varying degrees of deliverability requirements onto that. But, a lot of the purpose of that, and especially for those two fuel types, is that, electrons and methane molecules are fungible. So to the extent that there'd be any sort of health co-benefits, there's sort of minimal losses in those areas. And additionally, just given the cost of trying to create a separate deliverability system, it just makes it impractical.
Sorry, I always keep saying things and then realize I have something to add. It harkens back to Harry Truman's quote, I just would like to meet a one-handed economist. We don't exist. They don't exist. We all have, on the other hand. I would also with respect to the booking claim, I know that there was a couple of statements. So I picked electricity and natural gas for specifically as examples because there were a couple of statements prior to us of communities not getting the benefit of like criteria pollutant reductions if there is book and claim, but I picked those two fuels because that would not be true for those two fuels. The effect of using electricity for an EV or using natural gas for an NGV, a natural gas vehicle, would be exactly the same benefit in terms of local emissions, regardless of where that electricity or natural gas was sourced. So I picked that very specific fuel for that reason, or those two fuels, I should say.
Okay. And then how about, say, the co-benefits of biodiesel? You know, can those environmental attributes of the combustion of that source be used outside the state, and so that we in New Mexico may not get the most immediate environmental impact benefits or co-benefits from that fuel source?
I think the previous panel is far more knowledgeable on that than myself. I will say my belief is that for liquid fuels, we would not be implementing the book and claim provisions.
Okay.
If I'm wrong, I hope somebody strikes me with lightning. But
That's called redirect, I think.
yeah.
And I'll just add, the booking claim provisions for liquid fuels are less common in other states than for gaseous or electricity.
Oh, okay. That's very helpful. Thank you. Then I think maybe this next question is for you, Mr. Copel. And looking at the significant co-benefits or related to the emission reductions, primarily from the use of biofuel. And so as we touched on a little bit yesterday, we've got areas of the state that are bumping up against, or actually exceeding the ozone standard, including Bernalillo County, where we have a fair amount of vehicle. Could these rules have an impact on those ozone levels such that we may not go non-attainment for that county in particular?
Thank you, Member Ely. So there is, I guess, on one two-handed environmental consultant. I mean, any reduction in NOx or VOC, typically, is beneficial for ozone. Although, there is a lot. I mean, and I believe, in Bernalillo County, in the urban areas, motor vehicles are the largest contributor of NOx, for example. I think over 50% based on the national emission inventory. And so, so the motor vehicle, and I'm including non-road also, like off-road sources are also part of that. And so any reduction in those sources will be helpful, I think, with respect to ozone. But that said, in terms of answering your question specifically, there are other sources. There is transport, there is photochemical processes going on. And so for an area to really fully determine that would require kind of full-blown monitoring combined with air quality modeling, like photochemical air quality modeling, which is sort of required by EPA to actually look at what are the design values. The design values are sort of the ozone levels that are used to determine whether you're in compliance with the NAAQS or not, and it's a fairly robust process looking at, monitoring values averaged over 3 years, I think, and looking at, the average values and whatnot. So it's so again, I'll just say, yeah, I would say short answer, yes, that reductions in motor vehicle NOx and VOC will improve ozone, but in terms of understanding how much it could reduce, it would really require looking at all the sources and looking at the, kind of the photochemical aspects to know sort of what's happening to the design value in Bernalillo County. Does that help?
Yeah, it is
Okay.
helpful. Thank you. So when I'm thinking of, air pollution and exceeding the standards and going non-attainment, I know that can be very costly, not just in the public health, but to industry for permitting and trying to meet the requirements for lowest achievable emission rate from certain facilities. Is that something you were able to consider in your modeling, the cost of going non-attainment for ozone in any area of the state?
No, we did not look at, and sort of there would be an additional step necessary to take the mass emission reductions that we projected and turn it into the actual change in ozone. First of all, that would require sort of the photochemical air quality modeling that I mentioned. But then also in terms of the costs of potentially going into non-attainment, I mean, that's, that is not something that we considered.
Thank you for that. And then regarding costs, there was some cross on this yesterday about the benefits in the table. I think it's your table 1, the GHG emission benefits. Could you, I'm still not clear on how that was calculated. Could you maybe in just general terms describe how that benefit was calculated?
Are you talking about the monetized GHG benefit?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I'll take a stab, and then Mr. Drews can fill in. But in general, there's a mass emission reduction that flows directly from the reduction in carbon intensity for the rule. So that's sort of easy to quantify in the sense that if we know what the declining carbon intensity is overall, then that times the energy use within the state, in terms of transportation, really before and after the rule gives us the total amount of reduction of greenhouse gases. And then the mass reduction, which we presented in our testimony as a cumulative amount, year by year. There's a metric that has been put out, and as I said, the most recent scientifically peer-reviewed version of a metric that is really meant to sort of help assess the costs and benefits of greenhouse gas regulation, called the social cost of carbon. And there was a report that was put out by EPA in December of 2023, which a very comprehensive analysis looking at kind of the range of and sort of doing Monte Carlo simulation and looking at the ranges of higher and lower, the potential range of uncertainties in this, but this kind of the central estimate that it gave, and it gave different discount rates, sort of accounting for shorter term or longer term benefits. And this is one of the reports I think that's in Mr. Drew's exhibits. But it gave a central estimate of social cost of carbon of $190 per ton. And that's basically accounting for the overall benefit, of greenhouse gas reduction that is sort of what was the standard way, or kind of the updated way of looking at how you monetize benefits or greenhouse gas emissions. So fundamentally, it's the mass emissions times the social cost of carbon gives us the monetized benefit. But I'll let Mr. Drews confirm, clarify, correct.
And may I just, to help target your response, is it's what confounds me is that it's a global pollutant. And how do we go from a global pollutant with all the benefits of reducing greenhouse gases to what's going on here in New Mexico and what's on this table?
Okay. Yeah, that's super helpful. So to step up on the soapbox very, very briefly, and a lot of communicators, science communicators, have indicated this issue. Often climate change is discussed as like a light switch where it's on or it's off. And that's not how it works. There's radiative forcing from every ton of greenhouse gases that go into the atmosphere, and it's it is a continuum, and it can, you know, be better or worse based on how much you do or don't emit. And so the purpose of the social cost of carbon estimates is to not just look at the damages from climate change, but to look at additional radiative forcing from every ton of greenhouse gases that go up into the atmosphere, trap heat, and have the effects that they do. And so that includes the DICE model is perhaps the most famous, that was used by the Intergovernmental Working Group on Climate Change, and you know, the PATH model as well. And so all of these models, to some of the previous statements, are subject to some uncertainty and receive extensive peer review about how they measure that incremental impact. So different models, like the University of Chicago's Climate Impact Lab uses a meta study of those models. The Resources for the Future Greenhouse Gas Impact Value Estimator, which I forgot yesterday, so we'll take the advantage of enunciating it today, is another one. And meta-analysis of many, many different studies are all taken into account to find the right value of the incremental effect of every ton of carbon dioxide or other greenhouse gases that goes up into the atmosphere and causes radiative forcing. And the last thing I'll just mention is, yes, Mr. Coppola is right about the value, consensus value, $190 per ton in 2020 dollars. But for our analysis, we adjust that for inflation, because that's 2026 is when the program will start. Okay.
I think I have just one more question. It might have been public comment or cross. There was somebody questioned whether not only the production and imports of fuels would be regulated, but that we are also regulating the dispensing of fuels in New Mexico, and that other jurisdictions do not. Is it true that other jurisdictions do not regulate dispensing of fossil fuels? Under their program, do you know?
I believe that has to do with who the regulated party is. And so in some cases, for some fuels, I'll go back to electricity as it, for fuel supply equipment, for instance, fuel supply equipment credits, the party that would be eligible, the regulated party that would be eligible for FSE credits would be the owner of, the charging station. And so that's, for those sorts of provisions, that is the nexus, is the point of dispensing the fuels. And so we explicitly mentioned dispensing for that reason. For other states, again, I will defer to my fellow panel members.
Yeah, I mean, I have not noticed any material changes. I mean, as Mr. Ford said, it depends on what fuel type you're looking at. So something like electricity or hydrogen, it becomes that essentially becomes the point at which you can show that you are creating a transportation fuel. Obviously, if you tried to assign credits anytime electricity crossed state lines or was generated, the vast majority of that would not end up in vehicles. But when you're looking at, say, liquid fuels, I mean, this is the reason why everything is on importers or producers, is because once it's brought into the state, it's going to end up in a vehicle of some type.
Sorry, I'll refer to that Truman quote from before and just add one more thing. One way that we are different from other states, because as one, the dispensing as a point of regulation is a similarity, but an important difference I'd like to highlight is in California and Washington, who also have what are called capacity credits for points of dispensing fuels. Those capacity credits are for specific fuels. That is for the fuel charging infrastructure, which is specifically for electric vehicles, and the hydrogen recharging infrastructure, which is specifically for hydrogen fuel vehicles. We differ. You've heard the term fuel supply equipment, or FSE, a lot, and that is because we have designed this rule to be tech neutral, and so we do not designate those credits based on the name or a specific technology. We do that to allow for other innovative fuels, if they can come in and have a role to play, to allow that to occur in a tech neutral fashion.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Vice Chair Trujillo, do you have questions?
Well, I'd like to first thank my fellow board members. They got a lot of my questions out of the way, so thank you. But I'm going to follow up on a couple of them. I was, and I apologize, I'm not sure who to direct this to, but I was curious if there was any analysis done on how regulated parties might minimize their compliance costs under the program.
We spoke in the benefits cost analysis that Mr. Drew authored. There were parts that spoke to it qualitatively in terms of, and I had mentioned this to Mr. Noyes when it came to, say, opt-in fuels coming in and saying, if they see a credit price that covers their additional costs, saying, hey, I'll have some of that coming in here, being able to supply their fuel for that price or cheaper, and limiting compliance costs. That's one method. Another method is blending biofuels in with your diesel or gasoline pool higher than historic rates. We very sort of conservatively, I know, Member Bitzer, you keep hearing that term, but we conservatively assumed that none of that would happen, but we qualitatively said these are high cost estimates, where like those sorts of options that they could exercise to limit their costs, we are assuming they don't do it in this analysis. The uncertainty in our analysis, we're erring on the side of caution and assuming that they won't take advantage of those opportunities. But we do speak to them qualitatively. And that's important with the fuel price discussion too, because the Oregon and Washington state reports both assume that there is no additional blending of biofuels that could lower compliance costs. And so they're giving kind of a high-end cost estimate. Oregon, I think, assumes 5% biodiesel. Washington assumes 2.5% biodiesel, and they both assume 10% ethanol blending for their diesel and gasoline pools respectively. If they blended more than that and those fuels generated credits, the cost per gallon would go down. And we want to err on the side of caution and not sugarcoat things. And so we didn't assume they did that, but it's worth noting they most certainly could.
Thank you, Vice Chair Trujillo. And just to, maybe address like the modeling more broadly, the benefit cost analysis is essentially underpinned by an assumption that the regulated parties at any given time are trying to minimize costs. And so, as Mr. Ford noted, there's a large number of potential credit generators that we did not consider. And if they could be economically brought into the state, would certainly lower them from what we said. But the sort of underlying philosophy of the model is that the regulated parties and the credit generators are, each working in order to maximize their own profits in a way that ultimately, brings costs down to consumers and avoids, bringing something completely out of market into the state. There's some nuances there around things like when do you bank credits and when do you not, but that's the broad philosophy of the modeling.
Okay, thank you. And I do remember that discussion yesterday, and my question was actually coming from a little bit more of and you may not, I'm gathering you probably didn't do this in depth of analysis. You were looking at it from a more balcony level there, but the cost internally, if there was ways as they incorporated into their business models to meet or to minimize the cost compliance. And so that's kind of where I was going with that. But I remember that discussion from yesterday. So thank you for bringing that back around. So I can move on from there unless you have anything else to add to that. No? Okay, great. So I think probably one of my last questions is beyond the reducing of emissions, what additional metrics could policymakers use to measure the CTFP success?
Interesting. I was going to say quantity supplied of credits, but that's again very closely linked to emissions reductions. So to put my thinking cap back on, well, I would certainly say job creation would be one. You know, particularly for things like fuel supply equipment, I took data from the Department of Workforce Solutions, the laser data. It's labor analysis, statistics, and economic research, and they compile their own data on jobs in New Mexico. And I think some of that laser data could come in handy when it comes to certain job types. And in that data, they report the average wage of different workforce categories, job classifications. So I word searched, for instance, jobs that had the word electric or electrical in them, and took an average wage from those jobs and compared it to the state average. And it was nearly double. It was $38 an hour for jobs that had electric or electrical in their name versus $22 an hour statewide average wage. So I think growth in those areas that paid more and provided a ladder up to the middle class for lots of New Mexicans, tracking those and somehow discerning how many of them came from building facilities with our program could be really useful. I've worked a lot with DWS through my experience here at the Environment Department, and specifically folks in the Workforce Innovations and Opportunities Act office who do a lot of job training and placement. And there may be a way to get to some of that data based on their experiences.
Yeah, I mean, building on that, certainly jobs are a critical one. A few others that I would consider are, a lot of the purpose of the way fuel supply equipment is constructed is to ensure equitable access across New Mexico, not just in, dense urban or wealthy areas, but the amount of fuel supply equipment that can be brought into, more rural or underserved communities that is economically supported by this and by this program, and improves choice and energy and access to alternative transportation across the state would be a significant factor. I think that the actual volumes of fuels themselves would help measure the degree to which this program is reducing sort of the mono dependence on gasoline and diesel in the state, and improving just the availability of options in order to reduce the sensitivity to those prices, as well as the volumes of some of the lower criteria pollutant fuels like renewable diesel, which if they went up, would generally tend to indicate some of the lower criteria pollutants that we've been accounting for in our model.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
All right, thank you. Member Hunker, do you have questions of this panel?
I too want to thank my fellow board members for their excellent questions, and I have no additional questions at this point.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, and appreciate the panel here and appreciate fellow board members. A lot of great discussion. I wanted to go back to, I think, Mr. Ford's comment about the tech neutral aspect of this rule. And a question came up in just a few minutes ago is, in the other states, do they have a tech neutral requirement in their rules, like California or Oregon or Washington?
Washington State, to some extent, has one in their statute, although it's slightly different from ours. It has to do with not discriminating against any technology, I believe, whereas we are more the most proactive and state in terms of baking tech neutrality into like every provision of the rule.
Thank you for that. And so do you think, based upon any, and this would be for anybody, the analysis is that it would be good for New Mexico that we are tech neutral, whether it's economic or in this transition? Can you elaborate on that?
Well, you're asking an economist, so I am a little bit biased in my training, maybe, but competition is generally good. There's, some arguments in favor of industrial policy, picking a business and developing it. That's not the purpose of this rule. This rule is to, after the dust settles and industries and businesses are developed, have them compete on an equal footing and see who can reduce greenhouse gas emissions most efficiently and effectively in order to protect the every regulated party that is participating in this rule. And we know, I can say for sure that can only be more efficient than slamming a rule down and saying this is what you have to do, companies, so do it. The deficit generators in this rule have options in terms of the credit generators that they go to, and that makes in turn credit generators strive to find innovations and find clean fuels in the most expeditious way possible. And I think that does, given my training, I'm a little, again, oriented toward this, but I also am certain that if another state believes one technology is better than another and decides to favor it, good for them. We, if that is true, would have those technologies also predominate in our market. Our job is to establish clear rules and transparent criteria and let companies do what they do and find the best ways to get those clean fuels to us in New Mexico. And that can only be to the good for our state.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. And Mr. Drew, I would like to go to your written testimony and better understand some of what was in your written testimony. And I apologize, I didn't write down the page numbers, but I can read the text that I pulled out.
Sure.
So one of them was the CFP policies have worked in other states as of end of 2024. All 3 states have adopted similar policies. That have adopted similar policies have materially positive bank balances and credit prices below what I forecast near term. These bank balances indicate that in each case, the state has managed to over comply with existing regulations to the end of 2024, which shows the feasibility of each policy in each of the 3 states that have adopted comparable policies.
Yes.
And I just wanted to, my question is, can you elaborate more on what you meant by over comply?
Absolutely. So, I think we've had discussion throughout this hearing about will there be sufficient credits? And what I meant by that is essentially in all three states, wherever their statutory or rule targets are, um, they have managed over the life of their programs to generate more credits than have been required. And so they all were sitting at and are sitting at essentially positive bank balances, which means that credit generators have managed to bring more credits into the market in all three cases than uh, than the rule requires. And that essentially has meant that not only have the targets that have been set there been feasible, but they actually would have been able to have met even higher targets. Um, and I'll note California just went through a rulemaking this year, and the Washington legislature just passed a new statute this year to actually strengthen those targets because they've found that essentially the targets that they'd set in place were, sufficiently conservative or easy to achieve that that folks were able to come in and over comply and generate a bank balance. And then that second part of the question was just to sort of, show that in the analysis that I was doing and how credit prices get formed in New Mexico, the assumptions that I made, intentionally were, set up to try to, make sure that I'm putting a higher price in place. So I was just indicating that if you actually look at where prices are trading today in those three states, they're all below, where my analysis starts.
Thank you for that clarification. And then so since that statement focused on the other states, back to New Mexico, did you look at and I think you sort of answered it, but can you elaborate more on maybe specifics on what you looked at that are unique to New Mexico that would, make you feel comfortable about this rule that would be feasible, I guess, from a compliance or how it's set up?
Sure. So, first of all, I'll note like all of our modeling, all of our projections were based off of New Mexico specific vehicle fleet, other New Mexico regulations, New Mexico's electric grid, the types of gasoline and diesel that are brought into New Mexico. And I think it's important to note that, the three West Coast states, in a lot of those ways, are materially different. The West Coast, from a gasoline and diesel standpoint, tends to be something of an island where most of their crude is not produced in sort of the mid-continent or eastern U.S. It's not coming generally out of the Permian or anything like that. It's usually they're being imported or coming from Alaska or some of the legacy crude production in California, and that they all have different policies, and all of these just mean that we were trying to rigorously not just take what we've seen in these states that don't match New Mexico and just sort of take it as a given. We were making our all of our assumptions, all of our projections, how electricity mix changes over time, what is the carbon intensity of the gasoline that's brought into the state. Like, we were trying to make that New Mexico specific. And really, I think overall, like, a lot of the intent of the analysis was to take these lessons learned from these other states, because there are many lessons to be learned. There are many similarities, but really make sure that we were able to sort of ground them in a specific New Mexico context.
Thank you for that. I don't know if
And I'll just add three things that are unique to our. I know I never have just one hand. Three things that are unique to our state that put us in a different position than the West Coast states. One is timing. There are, You know, those West Coast states, they, particularly California, went in as the first state to do this, and we are coming into this policy on the heels of 13 years of clean fuels policy and development. So that is of relevance, especially given I noted, 300 companies with over 1,000 clean fuels pathways in California exist now. So our experience with a lot of those facilities built and those fuel pathways set up is going to be somewhat different than those states who started their programs from scratch. We are not doing that. The second thing that I will mention is logistics and where we are located in the country. We are a lot closer to a lot of alternative fuel sources than the West Coast states. I know, for example, Diamond Green Energy out of Port Arthur, Global Alternative Fuels or Rio Valley Biofuels in El Paso, Texas, and Santa Teresa, New Mexico, respectively. And of course, HF Sinclair's Navajo refinery. Those sorts of facilities, they all have fuel pathways on the West Coast for credit generating. And to some degree, they all truck or rail those fuels through New Mexico to get there. So our positioning gives us a real advantage that perhaps those West Coast states did not have. And the third thing I'll point to is our culture is different. We are a state that makes fuel. We don't just use fuel. And we are starting culturally from a state with a mentality of we are energy makers, not just energy users. And that is, in my personal view, something to be proud of. We're next door, for example, to Texas, which has the number one wind generating output in the United States and the fastest growing solar output in the United States, soon to likely eclipse California in coming years. We have excellent capacity for both of those here, and we are fundamentally different from a lot of those states that are more on the buy side of those fuels, and it will be to our advantage and really interesting to see the first real fuel making state implement a policy like this and how that will shape out.
Thank you for those responses. And back to Mr. Drew on your report. And this one, I do have the page number 15, but I can read it. The CTFP is also self-supporting and supporting of other New Mexico policies while being independent of these policies.
Yes.
And so I think that goes back to my previous question is, how do you see New Mexico different in terms of that sentence versus what you've seen on the other states' policies?
Well, I think with that specific sentence, it is one of those places where I noted there are a lot of similarities. I will certainly say those states often have more aggressive policies on things like refineries than it would exist here. So there are definitely regulatory differences that will meaningfully impact things like compliance costs, generally to the lower in the case of New Mexico. But really what I was getting at with that sentence was, this policy is going to generate a lot of revenue for the industries that multiple New Mexico policies, including this one, are trying to use to, achieve climate goals, achieve air quality goals, diversify choice to consumers. And so, if you look at, other policies that exist in New Mexico, like NMVES, for example, this policy generates revenue in multiple ways to essentially economically support that and make it more achievable. It provides revenue to build out infrastructure that would be needed to achieve those sales targets. It provides revenue to fuel providers for many of those technologies that they can use to bring the cost of complying with those policies down. But it also does all of that for itself. And so, regardless of what may change with other policies down the line, where I was really going with that is that this policy and the revenue side of it is essentially designed to provide the money and provide the investment to make it self-feasible, to make sure that that all of the projections for the growth of lower carbon fuels can happen, because there will be money there to support it. There will be money there to build out the infrastructure, to in some cases to reduce purchase costs for new vehicles, and essentially make sure that it's not just some mandate or hope that doesn't have money behind it, that there will be money there to make sure that it actually happens, that it's actually feasible.
Thank you, Mr. Drew. Madam Hearing Officer, that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are any of the board members, Member Garcia?
Thank you. I just have one more question, if I may. And I believe it was Mr. Ford that mentioned yesterday that you expect about 940,000 credits generated in the first year. Does that sound right?
That's right. In 2026, year one of the program, yes.
Okay. So that is a very large number, but it would have more meaning to me if I could put it into context in terms of relative to the amount of deficits created. In other words, would this 940,000 be 20% more than the deficits, 50% more than the deficits? Could you describe it that way?
Yes, I would lean towards the 50% number. Our projections are the deficits would be about like 630,000. And so that's not quite, but it's closer to 50% than 20. And those additional credits would be banked for compliance in future years. And part of the reason that the benefits cost analysis makes that projection is it assumes some forward-looking activity in line with historical experiences in the West Coast states of deficit-generating entities. And as the gentleman from HF Sinclair mentioned, some of those yesterday, some of those deficit-generating entities do have a business strategy of what Mr. Drews called overcompliance, purchasing or generating more credits than deficits that they have, so they can carry those forward and protect themselves against any future uncertainties. So the program has that built in, and the model Mr. Drews developed to some degree builds that into the decisions that regulated parties make as a result of the rule, which is they would be, and the price is highest in the first year, and part of that is because those regulated parties are building up bank balances on purpose to prepare. And this is a business strategy that we've seen in other states, and that has helped, especially in recent years, sort of smooth out and stabilize the range that credit prices end up trading in.
Just one thing to add to that. I mean, those ratios, they didn't just come out of a vacuum. Like we've seen in Washington, which was the most recent state to adopt a comparable policy, that actually the ratio of credit generation to deficit generation was materially higher than what we projected. And a lot of that is because, like businesses are looking to not be subject to volatility. They're trying to go out there and in the real world, and what we've seen in other states is that they're trying to go out there and make sure that they have a bank, a buffer, a cushion in order to make sure that they are going to be able to respond to rainy days and make sure that for them, but ultimately then for all New Mexicans, that if a shock happens in the market, that's not going to fully pass through directly to themselves, because they're going to be insulated from that initial early compliance.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any other board member questions? No? I will turn then to redirect examination by Ms. Sona or Ms. Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, and good morning, members of the board and Madam Hearing Officer. I just have a few redirect questions. I'm actually going to start with Mr. Kopal, if you wouldn't mind. Mr. Kopal, is it fair to say that the best available science does not always mean the newest science? And for our purposes of this program, we need to make sure it suits the regulatory purposes?
Yes. To give an example, there's, for example, in the vehicle emissions world, but in really all of the disciplines that are reflected in our work, there's studies published weekly, multiple studies published weekly in academic journals. So for example, many universities or many research institutions might do vehicle emissions testing and publish a study on 5 or 10 vehicles worth of data. And every new study is an important piece of information to consider in terms of the broad context, but a study of 5 or 10 vehicles of emissions does not replace, 10,000 vehicles that are underlying the current emission models. It's a new piece of information, but just because it's a new publication doesn't mean it replaces everything that came before it. So any use of an emissions estimate or any sort of estimate that's used in the sorts of analyses that we discussed has to be considered in the context of the amount of data and the amount of study and research and public engagement and scientific consensus of the values that sort of came before it. And so, it is very important to understand that new data, while it's important to always be considering new data and understand and discriminate what's different in terms of the inputs and outputs of that work, that it can never be considered a wholesale replacement for what came before it.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Kopal. To transition a little bit, did the department, with ERG's assistance, in good faith and for purposes of transparency, provide over 1,000 modeling files on September 2nd to allow a great modeler to potentially replicate your work?
We did.
And the draft numbers provided were published in March of 2025, is that correct?
That's correct.
While we're talking about the ERG report, which is exhibit number 82, that report explicitly describes in written form what you refer to as the recipe to move through the modeling work, correct?
That's correct. And to be specific with that, both the recipe in terms of what was updated in the New Mexico GREET version, but also, as discussed yesterday, the OPG modeling in Appendix A, there's every level of detail needed to replicate the calculation is provided in our Appendix A of the report. For example, the main inputs for looking at an imported slate of crude carbon intensity, you need to know every single country that PAD 3 received imports from. You need to know the carbon intensity for that country, the volume of crude that came from that country. You need to know the API gravity of the crude from that country, and you need to know the lower heating value, which is derived through the specific gravity. And as I verified myself this morning, all of those parameters are provided in Appendix A and provide every level of detail necessary for someone to replicate our work.
So, Mr. Kopal, is it fair to say then that every assumption you were asked about during the cross-examination and described in your direct examination is actually found in the docket for this matter?
It is.
And Mr. Kopal, my last question for you is, if you were talking with an average New Mexican, how would you describe your report to them? Essentially, what would you want them to take away from your report?
Thank you for that question. Well, first I would ask them red or green, I guess. And Christmas was a term I learned yesterday. But I think in terms of stepping back with this program, as I mentioned yesterday, the state has climate goals. The state has climate reduction goals, and unfortunately, even the short-term goals are already in jeopardy. And this program, if you're looking at how do we achieve greenhouse gas reductions in the short term, we have to look at the technology that's there out, on the road today, and the ability to sort of take existing trucks and existing construction equipment and existing agricultural tractors and clean them up immediately by putting cleaner fuels in their tank is just really an excellent option for getting back on track with respect to climate goals. And I think when you're faced with climate goals that, there needs to be sort of an all hands on deck approach where any approach, any sort of cost-effective way to reduce emissions, especially immediate reductions, should be considered and pursued. And so that I think this Clean Fuels program, it's just, there's a lot to be proud of, I think, with respect to, the amount of thought and effort that's gone into it, not just from NMED staff, but also all of the stakeholders and companies and private citizens across the state that participated in this process to create a really innovative approach to reduce emissions on the road, to spur innovation with new industries, to really sort of spearhead New Mexico as a clean energy state. And also, I think, as Dr. Murphy attested to in his testimony, New Mexico would be the 4th state to adopt a low carbon fuel program, but there's several other states that are also considering this. And so really New Mexico has the ability to really continue the role of leader, because New Mexico's adoption of this will create more momentum for these programs to be adopted in other states. And I think there's just a lot to be proud of with respect to all of the benefits of the rule, achieving New Mexico's climate goals, helping New Mexico's air quality problems, bringing innovation to the state, and establishing New Mexico as a leader that other states can learn from, and eventually even outside the U.S. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Kopal. That's all the questions I have for you. I'm going to restart my timer and transition to Mr. Drews. Hopefully it stays on this time. Mr. Drews, does the social cost of carbon account for the health benefits of criteria pollutants?
And generally not, at least in the way that we modeled it. I think it's important to note that there are, some impacts from things like wildfires that might be created by climate change, and how those might ultimately create negative health impacts. And all of those are included in the social cost of carbon. But when we were looking at our analysis, we were trying to rigorously separate that. And so, any health impacts that might be directly caused by climate change are reflected in the social cost of carbon. But our health impacts modeling that we did was really looking at tailpipe emissions, at emissions that are directly coming from vehicles operating in the state. So, we were, rigorously trying to avoid double counting there.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Drews. Is that reason you just provided the reason that BRG and ERG did separate modeling?
It's certainly one of them. I mean, there were different areas of expertise. Mr. Paul's team is certainly more experienced than mine at the specific modeling of how criteria or pollutants flow through to health impacts. But yes, I mean, certainly we were trying to take the best models and the best methods to account for these two different sources of benefits, with the social cost of carbon, including some health benefits, but not the same ones that we were considering in our health impact modeling, but also including so many other benefits at avoiding the negative impacts we're all seeing from climate change.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Drews. I have two similar questions to those that I asked Mr. Kopal. You've been questioned a lot about the assumptions used in your modeling. Are all of those assumptions that you were questioned about over the past couple of days described in the record and materials filed in the docket in this matter?
Yes, NMED 70, Exhibit 78, which is our benefit cost analysis, has extensive appendices and over 100 pages ultimately of describing exactly how things were modeled. And NMED 79, shows the actual, model outputs and tables that were used to underpin that analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Drews. And last question for you. If you were talking to an average New Mexican without asking them red or green, how would you describe the benefit cost analysis to that person? What would you want them to understand and take away?
I think Mr. Kopal stole some of my thunder there, but I think I'll keep it short and sweet. I think that the benefit cost analysis shows that the CTFP is a cost-effective program for meeting New Mexico's climate goals and helping the state, combat climate change. And in the process, it also, produces health impacts that will, benefit the well-being of every New Mexican and creates, good-paying jobs that will come to the state. And ultimately help more folks, climb their way up to the middle class.
Thank you, Mr. Drews. That's all the questions I have for you. All right, Mr. Ford, just a few questions for you as well. I just restarted your time. Mr. Ford, would you agree that the legislature included a requirement for the rule to contain cost containment measures and credit holding limits?
The question is about the statute, correct?
Yes.
The statute did specifically require that the rule contain cost containment mechanisms and credit holding limits. And the rule has done just that through the three mechanisms that Bureau Chief Borchert alluded to in her testimony and outlined in her testimony, those being the banking, the credit clearance market, and the deferral provisions.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Ford. Next, you shared a lot of metaphors with us and brought some much needed levity to this complex topic. One of those metaphors that you used was, quote, stacking the deck in terms of modeling assumptions. Can you just clarify what you meant by that?
I meant that in every instance that was, subject to some degree of uncertainty, to the extent reasonable, we erred on the side of caution. I know, and so to me, that sounded like we were stacking all the cards in the deck on the side of caution. I know in today's soundbite media that the term stacking the deck can have other implications that I did not think about before the words came out of my mouth. So I would like to revise that. I would say we, to the degree reasonable, err on the side of caution across the different assumptions that were used in the benefits cost analysis.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Ford. Another quote that we just heard from you when you were speaking with the board was that you have bias in your training. Can you explain to me what you meant by that?
I meant as an economist, we look at outcomes and the efficiency with which those outcomes are achieved and use as a general rubric rational choice theory and the idea that if more choices are available, and this was, I believe, in response to Chair Sweeney's question on tech neutrality, that when more choices are available, a rational actor can only find a better choice than the one they have to comply, because if there were a because it can only add to the options that they have when they seek to optimize their decisions. So I generally value more choice, and I think when analyzing the behavior of firms specifically, that tends to be the most useful way to view things. More choices will only lead you as well off or better than before. So I am biased towards that. Sociologists might disagree, but this program is an economic program and very much where my inclinations, let's say, tend to bear out much more.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. And you just heard me ask Mr. Copal and Mr. Drews about the assumptions. So I'm going to ask the same question of you. Is every assumption, the input, the output that you were questioned about over the past few days described in the docket somewhere?
Yes.
And what would you want the average New Mexican to understand and take away from the economics of the Clean Transportation Fuel Program?
Well, I would debate the premise of average New Mexican. I don't think there are any average New Mexicans. I think
Fair enough.
we are a state of unique people who strive for excellence, and those people encompass a broad category of a broad gamut of characteristics. We're fuel consumers, yes, and we are conscious of that. We are more than that too. We are workers. We are moms. We are kids. We are members of households and families in this state. So we have designed this program to encompass all of those things. In addition, I would say on the workforce note that the energy investment report from the International Energy Agency projects $2.2 trillion of investment in clean energy in 2025. Clean energy investment has exceeded traditional fossil fuel investment since 2016. This year is maybe the first year that it doubles it. So, and those clean energy investments require more than just opportunities. They require frameworks and structures and infrastructure. And that is what this rule provides and puts in place for the state to become a leader and a first mover in that respect.
One last question for you. I hate to put you on the spot longer, but what are the costs of inaction if New Mexico does not adopt this program? In other words, what opportunities would New Mexico miss out on?
It would miss out on the opportunities of leadership and taking a leadership role in clean energy economies and becoming a national kind of talisman in terms of showing the country what you can do when you, even though you have a very large foothold in one industry, are ready and willing to do what is needed to diversify and become a leader across the board. There would be missed job opportunities for jobs that pay nearly twice as much as the state average and offer a ladder up to the middle class for many state residents. And in terms of there's no average New Mexican and we're more than just fuel consumers, we also have health bills. And this rule gives us a real opportunity to move the needle on our health costs and reduce those in a way that is comparable to any of the consumer side concerns that we have heard during this testimony. So I urge the board to bear that in mind and to bear in mind that this is a comprehensive program that will provide benefits to New Mexicans in more ways than just one.
Thank you, Mr. Ford and Madam Hearing Officer. Those are all the questions that we have for this panel, and would respectfully request that Mr. Copal, Mr. Drews, and Mr. Ford be excused.
All right, thank you. I can't think of any reason not to excuse them. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
This is an excellent, oh, Mr. Boutier?
Madam Hearing Officer, just very quickly, I had a sidebar with Ms. Sona as well as Mr. DeSalen because we would like to request an opportunity to have a set time for HF Sinclair's witnesses to appear. One of the witnesses is an extremely busy gentleman involved in the refinery management process, and so we would like to request that we be allowed to put our case on Tuesday morning, right at the start of the morning, if possible.
All right, do I hear any objections to that plan? All right, we'll make it so. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, this is an excellent time for a break. Let's come back at 10:45. We are back after a short break, and we turn now to Mr. Noyes, who represents a number of clients. Good morning, Mr. Noyes. Would you please describe for us the order in which your clients and witnesses will appear?
Madam Hearing Officer, we will begin Graham Noyes for the SAF producer group. We will be presenting, I'll be starting with an opening statement, and then we'll be presenting two witnesses. First will be Sean Newsom of Airlines for America, and second will be Jane Sadler from RMI, and then obviously we'll proceed to cross-examination. Subsequently, we'll proceed to Infinium, and I'll begin with an opening statement, and we'll have a single witness, David Zaziski of Infinium.
Sorry, pronounce the last name again.
Sure, it's Zaziski, Z-A-Z-I-S-K-I. And then we'll go to cross, and then for Verde, I'll just be doing an opening statement, and we will not be presenting any witnesses.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and start with your opening.
Madam Hearing Officer and members of the board, Graham Noyes for the SAF producer group. We would like to express our appreciation for the opportunity to give this opening statement and to participate in this proceeding. The SAF producer group includes World Energy, the world's first commercial producer of SAF, Gevo, a company focused on commercializing and scaling alcohol to jet, and NXT Clean Fuels, a company with two of the largest North American low carbon fuel production facilities under development. This group encompasses three different technologies, HEFA, alcohol to jet, and gasification, that use three different classes of feedstocks, what we refer to as FOG, fats, oils, and greases for HEFA, what we typically refer to as sugars for the alcohol to jet process, and what we refer to as cellulosics, which include woody biomass for the gasification process that NXT uses. And I'd like to point out at the outset that all three of these companies embrace the principle of technology neutrality, which has been a central issue of discussion throughout these proceedings, and indeed represent three very distinct technologies and approaches to producing what we may refer to as SAF, or sustainable aviation fuel. I would also point out at the outset that the term used within the proposed regulation is alternative jet fuel, and alternative jet fuel, or AJF, is a more expansive term that encompasses things that go beyond SAF in terms of higher carbon intensity and not meeting as rigorous requirements. The primary issue that we will focus on our testimony will be the importance of aligning crediting for alternative jet fuel with crediting for diesel substitutes. A close review of the statute coupled with our testimony and prior testimony from cross-examination will demonstrate that the principle of technology neutrality should be applied with a focused and informed perspective on the aviation sector. And at the outset, I want to hone in on the two critical provisions of the statute that pertain to this, and are the two references to technology neutrality in the statute. The first is 74-1-18C1, which establishes the requirement of technology neutrality as to the carbon intensity standard, which applies to transportation fuels and includes gasoline and diesel substitutes. The second is found under 74-1-18C3, and that establishes the requirement of technology neutrality as to mechanisms for generating credits for activities that support the reduction or removal of greenhouse gas emissions associated with transportation in New Mexico. We will demonstrate from our evidence that from a policy design perspective, NMED should design this credit mechanism differently than the mandatory carbon intensity standards for gasoline and diesel, and that this is consistent with technology neutrality and also with the state's overriding interests in establishing a clean transportation fuel program. The evidence we present will illustrate the critical distinction between technology neutrality for the standards in C1 versus the technology neutrality for credit generating mechanisms in C3, in that alternative jet fuel is an opt-in fuel. Within these circumstances, NMED is not bound to use the same methodology for alternative jet fuel crediting as it does for the mandatory standards. The evidence will further demonstrate that NMED will miss a critical opportunity to create alternative jet fuel demand in New Mexico if it follows a methodology that strictly tracks the CI approach for the opt-in crediting mechanism. This issue is critical for the SAF producers because, and some of these are technical, and I look forward to the cross-examination in examining them, but under the current market, the only technology that has been commercialized and actually producing alternative jet fuel or particularly SAF in the United States is the HEFA process. That stands for the rather wordy phrase, hydroprocessed esters and fatty acids. And HEFA is a process that can be used both renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuel from the same facility. And what HEFA producers choose to do, as is the case with most companies in the world, is they choose the higher value product in terms of what they will produce. Other technologies like alcohol to jet also have similar optionality. So in structuring Table 3 in the way that it has, NMED is unlikely to create significant supply of alternative jet fuel in New Mexico. And to clarify there, essentially, and I'm referring to the revised proposal here, NMED has set the baseline for alternative jet fuel crediting at about 10% lower than the diesel baseline. And as a result, the crediting is about 10% lower for alternative jet fuel than it is for diesel. This is problematic first in that there is near universal agreement in the aviation sector that SAF is the only viable decarbonization strategy in the time frame of this program. And our witnesses, both from the leading trade association Airlines for America and from the policy group RMI, will discuss this in detail. It's secondly problematic in that the co-benefits of criteria pollutant reductions, NOx, SOx, VOCs, and PMs, and the corresponding available reductions in health effects will not be captured if alternative jet fuel is not attracted to the state. We will establish that SAF is a more specific term than alternative jet fuel, as I mentioned, and most specifically, SAF will consistently be below that ultra-low sulfur diesel standard for on-road fuel of 15 parts per million that we've spoken to. In contrast, conventional jet fuel typically ranges in the 400 to 800 parts per million of sulfur status, so is a much higher sulfur fuel. As discussed in the testimony of Mr. Ford and Mr. Kupal of the last panel, the primary health benefits forecasted for New Mexico as a result of the Clean Transportation Fuel Program are driven by the ultra-low sulfur and low emission benefits of renewable diesel. Mr. Ford also testified that essentially there was no anticipated benefits being captured for alternative jet fuel, as this was a conservative approach that they took. However, we want to highlight that this is a real opportunity for the state to capture. We will also have evidence regarding what we know in terms of reductions that are beneficial from an air quality perspective due to that reduced sulfur content. However, we will not go into technical evidence in this area, and I want to make clear to the board that there is much less air quality analysis around the effect of aviation emissions than on-road fuels, and is a much more difficult area to address and quantify. To conclude my opening statement, I would like to acknowledge the open door policy of NMED in designing this program. On behalf of the SAF producers, this is something I have directly experienced at every stage of the proceeding for what I think is going on a year of very significant engagement, as well as participation in the advisory panel. I would also like to recognize NMED's diligence in refining the regulations and continuing to engage with stakeholders after those refinements were made. I think this is a great program, and I know that a tremendous amount of work has been dedicated to it. As previously noted, NMED has, in line with this, modified this Table 3 baseline, and it was changed from the petition draft to the revised petition draft that effectively reduced the crediting discount that we first saw, which was approximately 25%. And that 25% crediting discount was referenced in the written testimony of the witnesses. Now we're at the point with the red line that it's only a 10% discount. Obviously, that's an improvement, but in the world of jet fuel and anywhere in the world of, I would say, liquid fuels out there, 10% crediting discount is still very substantial and very much moves the needle. And that is the reason why we are focusing on that as our core issue. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. That concludes my opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noyes. Would you like to bring up Mr. Newsom and or Mr. Sadler?
Yes, I'd like to bring up Mr. Newsom and Ms. Sadler as the first and only panel.
Thank you. Mr. Newsom, would you spell your first and last name, please?
Good morning. My first name is spelled Sean, spelled S-E-A-N, Sean. Last name Newsom, N-E-W-S-U-M as in Mary.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Pardon?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Sadler, would you state and spell your first and last name?
Yes.
You need a microphone.
Jane, J-A-N-E, Sadler, S-A-D-L-E-R.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Noyes.
Thank you. Mr. Newsom, where are you employed?
I presently, I'll get it right. I am presently employed at Airlines for America, the principal trade association for the major U.S. airlines.
And what is your role at A4A?
I am managing director of environmental affairs and our lead on sustainable aviation fuels.
Have you held other positions in the aviation sector?
I have. I was employed at the Boeing Company for 32 and a half years in a variety of roles, initially as an engineer, later as a program manager, and the last 15 years in aviation sustainability, working on business strategy, advocacy, and policy.
And what is your educational background, Mr. Newsom?
I have a bachelor's in mechanical engineering and a master's in business administration, both from the University of Washington. And I also have additional graduate program coursework from Penn State University in aeroacoustics.
And is SAF Producer Group Exhibit 11 a copy of your CV?
It is.
And is SAF Producer Group Exhibit 10 a copy of your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
And when you prepared your written testimony, was this based on the petition draft of the CTFP regulations, including Table 3 pertaining to opt-in alternative jet fuel crediting?
Yes, it was.
Do you adopt SAF Producer Group Exhibit 10 as your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Have you prepared a summary?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Madam Hearing Officer, prior to asking Mr. Newsom to read his summary, I would like to ask him several simple questions regarding the sulfur content.
That's fine.
Thank you. Mr. Newsom, are you familiar with the specification for conventional jet fuel ASTM D1655?
In general terms, yes.
And what is the maximum sulfur content of conventional jet fuel over 1655?
I do not recall.
Would it refresh your memory to suggest that it was 300 parts per million? I'm sorry, 3,000 parts per million?
That sounds about right, yes.
What is the actual range of sulfur content of conventional jet fuel in the United States?
If you want me to refer to my notes. So the typical sulfur concentration is 400 to 800 parts per million.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Mr. Newsom, please provide your summary.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Sean Newsom. I'm here representing Airlines for America, the principal trade association for the major U.S. airlines, and in support of the SAF Producers Group. I'm testifying as a technical witness in this proceeding based on my experience in the aviation industry, and specifically my experience and expertise on airline interest in SAF, sustainable aviation fuel.
Mr. Newsom, I'm sorry,
Slow down.
Please.
Thank you. As it pertains to the Clean Transportation Fuel Program. U.S. airlines take very seriously the importance of minimizing emissions from the aviation sector that is demonstrated in the tremendous airline fuel and carbon emissions efficiency track record. Aviation accounts for only 2% of the nation's greenhouse gas emissions inventory, while driving 5% of U.S. Gross domestic product, the equivalent of $1.45 trillion in 2024. Commercial aviation is an important catalyst for the economy. Every day, U.S. airlines operate more than 27,000 flights, carrying 2.7 million passengers to and from nearly 80 countries, and 61,000 tons of cargo to and from more than 220 countries. As an industry, we have achieved this strong environmental record by driving and deploying technology, operations, infrastructure, and sustainable aviation fuel advances to provide safe and vital air transport as efficiently as possible within the constraints of the air traffic management system. For the past several decades, airlines have dramatically improved their fuel efficiency and reduced their CO2 emissions by investing billions in fuel-saving aircraft and engines, in innovative technology like winglets, and cutting-edge route optimization software. As a result, U.S. airlines have improved their fuel efficiency by over 36% between 2000 and 2024, while road transportation has improved its fuel efficiency by just over 1% over that same time period. The efforts our airlines are undertaking to further reduce greenhouse gas emissions are designed to limit their fuel consumption, greenhouse gas contribution, and potential climate change impacts responsibly and effectively, while allowing commercial aviation continue serving as a key contributor to the U.S. and New Mexico economies. U.S. airlines have committed to working across the aviation industry and with government leaders in a positive partnership to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Airlines, governments, and other aviation stakeholders have recognized that achieving net zero emissions by 2050 will require a very rapid transition from conventional jet fuel to SAF, or sustainable aviation fuel. Aviation is universally recognized as a hard-to-abate sector, which will only be successfully decarbonized through strong cooperation and partnerships between government and aviation stakeholders. We are focused on utilizing a combination of incentives from federal and state governments, combined with contributions from airlines and their customers, to make SAF affordable for airlines and profitable for SAF producers, to establish and grow a market for SAF in the U.S. and globally. Federal incentives are available from the Renewable Fuel Standard and tax credits originally established under the Inflation Reduction Act and maintained by the current administration and Congress. State incentives come from low carbon fuel standards, such as the New Mexico Clean Transportation Fuel Program that we're discussing today, and SAF tax credits in other states. The California Low Carbon Fuel Standard was the first program of its kind and has been effective at driving production and use of low carbon transportation fuels in the road transport sector in California, while at the same time providing an effective avenue to support the adoption of SAF in California. We are grateful that New Mexico has acted to follow suit and is working to deploy the New Mexico Clean Fuel Program. All of these programs support SAF through a voluntary opt-in model, whereby the fuel producers can receive equivalent credits for producing SAF while not obligating participation of jet under the various programs. Airlines and other operators benefit from this opt-in approach by allowing stacking of the state credits with federal incentive programs. Fuel producers benefit from this opt-in approach by the increased demand from airlines for more renewable fuel production. SAF and renewable diesel are uniquely intertwined because they are both similar hydrocarbon fuels and are currently co-produced at the same facilities using the same feedstocks. All of the currently produced SAF and renewable diesel fuels are produced using hydrotreated vegetable oils and fats, oils, and greases, as described by Mr. Noyes, with renewable diesel being the primary product and renewable jet fuel, or SAF, being a co-product or secondary product. The renewable fuels market for SAF and renewable diesel has been growing significantly over the past several years, significantly enabled by the availability of the additional federal tax credits under the Inflation Reduction Act. Despite SAF market growth, it remains a nascent market that is very small relative to the larger and also still growing renewable diesel market. In 2024, domestic production of renewable jet fuel reached 38.7 million gallons, just 1.2% of the 3.1 billion gallons of U.S. domestically produced renewable diesel. Renewable diesel has been able to achieve its remarkable market growth in part because fuel buyers, such as diesel vehicle operators, pay a near zero premium relative to conventional diesel fuel after stacking credits together from all available state and federal incentives. SAF prices are higher and price premiums for airlines are higher because SAF unit production costs are higher than renewable diesel, and fuel producers increase SAF prices to end users accordingly. And by end users, I'm referring to airlines. The price premiums faced uniquely by airline SAF buyers are a result of the production cost disadvantage combined with differences in incentive values between the jet and diesel fuels. While renewable diesel is available for essentially zero price premium, comparative price premiums for SAF are generally larger, typically $1 to $2 per gallon, compared to conventional jet fuel after all available federal and state incentives. This representative price premium includes the best case scenario of available state incentives, such as historically been in California from the California LCFS program. Airline jet fuel buyers are very price sensitive, and when they are profitable, airlines operate on single-digit percent profit margins. The airline industry is also highly competitive, and it is not possible to absorb the substantial price premium of SAF. Thus, the substantial price premium unique to SAF suppresses demand and consequently suppresses SAF production and the market growth rate. As part of the recent passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, Congress extended the availability of the Clean Fuel Production Credit originally established under the Inflation Reduction Act, but reduced the value premium available for SAF and made the maximum tax credit value $1 per gallon for all fuels, eliminating what had been a unique value maximum value for SAF of $1.75 per gallon. While Airlines for America appreciates Congress's extension of the Clean Fuel Production Credit, the elimination of the special rate for SAF is expected to increase the price premium for renewable jet fuel by 50 cents to 75 cents per gallon. This will have a negative impact on demand by further increasing the price premium for SAF after all incentives, when the Clean Fuel Production Credit revision takes effect at the beginning of 2026. As a result, it is likely that the SAF production growth rate in the U.S. will slow in the coming years. It is in this context of the already steep price premium faced by airlines for SAF that we express concerns about the proposed carbon intensity values for jet fuel and diesel and support the proposal by the SAF Producers Group. Given the nascent and immature state of the SAF market and the differing production economics of SAF compared to renewable diesel, it would be appropriate in the interest of New Mexico to follow the approach utilized by other states in their respective clean fuel programs and align SAF crediting under the New Mexico CTFP with renewable diesel crediting. Under the proposed New Mexico framework, SAF would generate 10% fewer credits per gallon than the renewable diesel, and thus would be an additional 10 cents per gallon disadvantage for each dollar of credits provided by the program, further tilting the playing field of SAF and renewable diesel production that already favors renewable diesel production. These are incremental headwinds for SAF production and use in New Mexico that could be avoided. In closing, I would just like to reiterate our support for the New Mexico Clean Transportation Fuel Program and its inclusion of aviation in the opt-in model. Growing the SAF market requires collaboration between government and industry, and the airline industry appreciates the contribution that New Mexico is making with the CTFP. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Mr. Newsom.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I would note that both the written testimony of Mr. Newsom and Ms. Sadler also addresses the book and claim issue, but we're really focusing in on the Table 3 crediting in this oral discussion. But just wanted to make clear that the SAF Producer Group is aligned with the book and claim recommendations that we are including within the Infinium presentation so that we can have that as a distinct conversation later today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And our next witness is Ms. Sadler.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. As mentioned,
excuse me, Ms. Sadler.
oh, beginning the questions.
Madam Hearing Officer, did you want to swear her? Oh, I'm sorry. What is your name?
Jane Sadler.
And please spell your name.
Janesadler.
Thank you. Where are you employed?
Rocky Mountain Institute, or RMI.
And what is your role at RMI?
I'm a senior associate.
And within the context, what are your job responsibilities there?
I'm the lead on low carbon fuel programs policy, and I work on state level industrial policy broadly.
And have you had experience working with other clean fuel programs?
Yes, I've engaged in California, Oregon, and Washington previously.
Ms. Sadler, what other positions have you occupied that are relevant to the material we're covering in this proceeding?
I've been a researcher at the California China Climate Institute, the Center for Law, Energy, and the Environment at UC Berkeley, and I was a special assistant in the office of Governor Gavin Newsom.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and a master's degree from the University of California at Berkeley.
Is SAF Producer Group Exhibit 9 a copy of your resume?
Yes.
And is SAF Producer Group Exhibit 8 a copy of your written testimony?
Yes.
And when you prepared your written testimony, was this based on the petition draft of the Clean Transportation Fuel Program regulations, including Table 3 pertaining to opt-in alternative jet fuel crediting?
Yes.
And Have you prepared a summary?
I have.
And does that summary reference the NMED revised petition draft table 3 pertaining to opt-in alternative jet fuel crediting?
Yes.
Do you adopt SAF Producer Group Exhibit 8 as your testimony?
Yes.
Please provide your summary.
Thank you. As mentioned earlier, my name is Jane Sadler. I'm a senior associate at the Rocky Mountain Institute, or RMI. RMI is an independent, nonprofit, nonpartisan group, and we collaborate with businesses, policymakers, funders, communities, and partners to secure a prosperous, resilient, clean future for all. I'm here today as a technical witness because of my experience with low carbon fuel policy, my knowledge of clean fuel programs, and my experience with low carbon fuel policy, my knowledge of clean fuel programs in California, Oregon, and Washington, and my experience with state level policy design. New Mexico's commitment to ambitious climate action, specifically its statewide targets of 45% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and net zero by 2050, are very much necessary but challenging goals to reach. I'm here to address aviation fuel, the decarbonization of which will be a necessary part of meeting these climate goals.
Ms. Sadler, you really are going to have to slow down consistently.
Okay. RMI recently conducted a global analysis and projection for how aviation can be decarbonized. And we found that by 2050, SAF could account for about 37% of global aviation emissions reductions, meaning that expanding access to SAF in the next 25 years will be a foundational requirement for aviation decarbonization. At the federal level, the SAF Grand Challenge calls on the United States to build enough supply infrastructure to produce 3 billion gallons of SAF per year by 2030 and 35 billion by 2050. For the Rocky Mountain region, of which New Mexico is a part, that translates to 126 million gallons by 2030 and more than 1.6 billion by 2050. While these targets are non-binding, they offer a useful benchmark for how the region can align with current national goals. The Clean Transportation Fuel Program represents New Mexico's greatest chance to encourage the production and deployment of SAF in the state, and its inclusion as an opt-in fuel under the program is a great first step, and one that I advocated for as a member of the advisory committee for this program. However, inclusion as an opt-in fuel is not enough if the state wants to see SAF actually produced and used in state. Then the crediting framework of this program must be structured to support the growing SAF industry. While there are many types of SAF with different feedstocks and processes, at the moment, the commercially dominant pathway for SAF production is called the hydrotreated esters and fatty acids process, which I will call HEFA. HEFA has established commercial viability and a successful history of deployment at large scale. For that reason, HEFA represents the immediate bridge to decarbonizing aviation, while other pathways that will absolutely be crucial in the future, including alcohol to jet or power to liquids, are still emerging. HEFA SAF, as noted earlier, is made from oil-based feedstocks, most commonly things like used cooking oil and beef tallow. The Rocky Mountain region has about 225,000 tons of used cooking oil and tallow available, which an RMI study found could produce about 41 million gallons of HEFA SAF by 2030. This would account for 1/3 of the 2030 Grand Challenge goal. However, RMI also found that by 2050, HEFA will only make up about 4% of the Grand Challenge target as other fuel pathways emerge. What this shows is that the need for supportive policy for HEFA-based SAF is right now and is not a fuel that can wait for policy to catch up. Unlocking access to these fatty acid feedstocks is crucial to enabling HEFA. The Rocky Mountain region has 16 meat processing facilities 9 rendering facilities, and 2 oilseed processing facilities that together could provide a strong foundation for HEFA production. But without the right policy design, this potential will not be realized and these feedstocks could flow elsewhere, primarily, likely, to renewable diesel. Under the revised proposed program design, renewable diesel, or RD, will receive about 10% more credits per gallon than SAF for the same amount of carbon intensity reduction. This is a result of how the baseline fuels are defined. Renewable diesel is benchmarked against conventional diesel, which has a relatively high carbon intensity due to the energy-intensive process of desulfurization. SAF, on the other hand, is benchmarked against conventional jet fuel, which does not undergo desulfurization and therefore has a lower baseline. The reason for this is that HEFA, SAF, and renewable diesel often compete for the same limited feedstocks. And importantly, facilities that make these fuels can easily toggle production between the two products. If the CTFP framework creates an economic preference for renewable diesel, producers will naturally direct scarce feedstocks away from SAF. And given that HEFA SAF is the commercially dominant SAF type right now, if HEFA SAF is not being made, then no SAF is likely being made in the state. Even a 10% crediting discrepancy will have this effect. We have found that the margins between SAF and RD are already razor thin, often less than 5 cents per gallon. If the CTFP gives renewable diesel a crediting advantage, it will likely ensure that producers direct available HEFA feedstocks to renewable diesel production, leaving SAF without the resources it needs to scale. This can undermine both aviation and on-road sectors. For on-road transportation, RD is just one of several viable decarbonization options. Electrification is an available, affordable, and rapidly expanding route, and hydrogen is also a growing route for decarbonization. Aviation, by contrast, has almost no other viable pathways to decarbonize at scale right now. In other words, if on-road transport can't get HEFA feedstocks, it can turn to electrification, hydrogen, or even other biofuels. If aviation cannot get these feedstocks, it will likely not be able to decarbonize right now. This could be compounded by recent federal policies. New provisions in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act will remove imported HEFA feedstocks from eligibility for tax credits. Starting in 2026, waste oil feedstocks must come from within the United States, Canada, or Mexico to qualify for tax credits, which will tighten an already constrained market. At the same time, as mentioned by Mr. Newsom, the SAF premium and the 45Z tax credit will be removed next year, dropping the maximum credit for SAF from $1.75 per gallon to $1 per gallon. These changes will likely constrain supply and reduce incentives. Given the existing tight margins and this new federal policy, if New Mexico cannot align SAF crediting with renewable diesel crediting, it will likely result in SAF not being produced or used in New Mexico for the next decade, or at least as long as HEFA is the dominant aviation decarbonization technology. Consequently, if New Mexico misses out on the first decade or two of the SAF industry, it is unlikely it will be able to make up the ground to become a SAF hub in the future. I hope I've addressed the importance of SAF, and specifically HEFA SAF, to New Mexico. I'd also like to briefly address the way that this issue may be resolved. Other states with clean fuel programs have faced this challenge before and have come up with 2 solutions. In California and Oregon, the SAF crediting benchmark is fixed at the baseline carbon intensity of conventional jet fuel for several years, and then it declines in step with the diesel benchmark once the two converge. This eliminates the structural disadvantage and keep SAF crediting aligned with renewable diesel over time. In Washington, the benchmark table used for diesel is applied to SAF as well. In practice, this also means that SAF and renewable diesel are equally credited from the start of the program. We believe that either of these solutions could be effective options in New Mexico, and that adopting one of them would be in alignment with statute, which directs this program to align with other states' clean transportation fuel standards. I appreciate that NMED is required to create a technology-neutral clean fuels program. However, I believe that conventional jet fuel is not within the scope of this requirement, given that it applies to the fuels defined in the language of HB 41, which are electricity or liquid, gaseous or blended fuel, including gasoline, diesel, liquefied petroleum gas, natural gas, and hydrogen, sold, supplied, used, or offered for sale to power vehicles or equipment for the purposes of transportation. As a result of this language, SAF was included in the program as an opt-in fuel, not a regulated fuel like those listed in statute. Therefore, it's my opinion that the technology neutral provision applies only to mandated fuels of the program and not to jet fuel. In short, the technology neutrality requirement governs how regulated fuels are treated, not how optional crediting is structured. Because of this, if NMED aligns crediting of SAF with that of renewable diesel, I believe it can both follow the directive of aligning its program with other states' clean fuels programs and simultaneously does not violate the technology neutral requirement for regulated fuels. In conclusion, if New Mexico does not want an in-state SAF industry now and in the future, it must credit it on par with renewable diesel. SAF is essential to aviation decarbonization, but under the revised framework, it is likely disadvantaged as compared to renewable diesel. If the CTFP aligns with other states' programs and SAF and renewable diesel are credited on equal terms, it would allow for HEFA feedstocks to be allocated to aviation decarbonization when it is economic, while maintaining fair competition in the on-road sector. Statute, I believe, does allow for such an adjustment, which, if undertaken, would strengthen the CTFP, attract investment to New Mexico, and position the state to become a future SAF hub and a climate leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sadler.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. That concludes the direct testimony for the witnesses.
Would you like to offer the exhibits?
Yes, I'd like to move the SAF producer group exhibits 1 through 11 into evidence.
I'm going to pause for a moment in the event anyone has an objection to the admission of SAF exhibits 1 through 11. I hear none. They're admitted. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll turn then to questioning. We'll start with Mr. Trujillo or Mr. Molenberg.
Madam Hearing Officer, we have no questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tucker for Oxy, do you have questions?
Oxy has no questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wexler or Ms. Olson? No. Mr. Maxwell, I believe, left the platform. Okay. Mr. Boutier or Mr. Harris? Let's see, Mr. DeSalen.
We have no questions. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you. For Food and Water Watch, Mr. Lobel or Ms. Reno? Mr. Sorayas?
We have no questions. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you. Mr. Nasco for Growth Energy? Mr. Duff for the sorghum producers? Mr. Smith for Rio Valley Biofuels? Ms. Vercruz? Okay, Ms. Vercruz said no questions. Let's see, Mr. Weatherby. Is Mr. Weatherby on the platform? He's not? All right. We turn then to the petitioners. Ms. Sona or Ms. Nixon?
Hello. My name is Kelsey Sona, and I'm representing the New Mexico Environment Department for the rulemaking. I think it's fair to give you guys a little bit of the joy of cross, but I promise I have very few questions for you, and they're quite high level. And so as I was tracking through them while you provided your oral summaries, I noticed that there might be some overlap between what I saw in your written and a little bit of what you shared. So if I am not asking the question of the right witness, please feel free to defer to each other, and we will not get anywhere near an hour of questioning. Mr. Newsom, if I may start with you. You testified that renewable jet fuel and renewable diesel are co-produced at the same facilities using the same feedstocks. Is that a fair representation?
Yes,
Is it correct that renewable jet fuel is formulated specifically for aircraft engines and aviation infrastructure and not used in diesel engines?
that is correct. They're similar fuels. They're both hydrocarbon fuels, but they each have their own unique specifications that the fuel producers must meet.
Okay. With that, is another way to say that SAF is chemically distinct from diesel?
Yes,
So even though these fuels come from the same feedstock and processes, SAF and renewable diesel are not interchangeable in terms of their end uses, correct?
correct.
You also testified that HEFA facilities can shift their production between SAF and renewable diesel depending on economics. Is that a fair characterization?
That is correct.
But similar with their end uses, the end markets of that choice are also for different uses, aviation versus ground transport.
Each fuel for its own market.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Ms. Sadler, I have just a few for you. You shared with us a little bit about your perspective on the role that SAF would play in production and deployment in New Mexico. And so I want to address a little bit of that. Is that a fair characterization of what you shared with us?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to share with the board or identify any direct investment that's being planned by SAF producers and stakeholders in New Mexico?
I can't think of any in particular at the moment. I know there has been interest, but yeah.
Okay, so there's not specific planned facilities to be built or specific jobs in New Mexico associated with the deployment of SAF right now?
Nothing currently planned to my knowledge.
Okay. Is it fair to characterize then that while the CTFP in New Mexico would support SAF growth overall, that a lot of the benefits that you describe would be investment we're not going to see in New Mexico right away?
I think that just because there are not currently planned programs, there may be some in the future. However, I think that's not an unfair characterization.
Okay. You both shared with us the comparison of the credits that could be generated and shared that originally under the department's proposal that was 25% difference, and now you've revised that to show that it's 10%. To bring us back to what that means, is it your testimony that SAF generates roughly 10% fewer credits per gallon than renewable diesel, even when produced with the same feedstock and processes?
Yes, as currently proposed.
So if you benchmark SAF against diesel, it's not quite a true equivalence reflection of the differences of the products.
Yes, that's correct.
In other words, that kind of means that because SAF is not interchangeable with diesel, that for crediting purposes, the distinction is really an economic distinction rather than a technical distinction between the two fuels.
Yes, correct.
Those are all my questions for you. Thank you so much for your time and traveling out here to share with the board.
Thank you, Ms. Sona. Member Honker, I'll start with you. Do you have questions of Mr. Newsom or Ms. Sadler?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Ely?
Yeah, good morning. Do either of you have an estimate on the number of credits that might be generated with the current table? I mean, how many gallons of jet fuel are used in the state? And if you were to get maybe the 10% deficit related to diesel, how many credits might you generate under that program? Or maybe the better question is, how much jet fuel do you use in the state annually? How many gallons?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but I could easily look it up.
Okay. And I was just wondering if you were to replace some of that with renewable, with SAF, with the table as it is currently written, how many credits might you generate? But maybe that's too much of a question for you right now this morning. Yeah.
I would say yes, it's too much of a question. And also that it's, with regard to cost, it's kind of a tipping point situation where when you, thinking broadly and generally, when we get to price parity, including all the incentives, then demand can grow very quickly. But until you get to the tipping point of that cost parity, demand will be significantly restrained. So it's difficult to say, to even estimate specifically how much that 10%, 10 cents difference would uniquely contribute, because it's also being in the context of all of the incentives and all of the cost picture.
Yeah. Way too theoretical, I'm assuming. Thank you.
Okay. Member Garcia?
Yes, one question. So when I know you participated in the stakeholder meetings, and maybe I think you were part of the advisory council as well. When you appeal to NMED to assign crediting closer to that for SAF credits to be closer to what they are for renewable diesel, what can you summarize what their response was and their reason for not doing that?
Yeah, it's been my experience at NMED has been very open door with us. I believe they are concerned about the tech neutrality feature. I want to ensure that they are aligned with that before they make any changes.
Got it. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. Member Bitzer?
So you've been working well with the department. Why were we not able to come to terms in terms of reaching parity? I don't know which one of you to direct that question to.
Yeah, I think it is because of that. What I just said, the tech neutrality. I think they're really endeavoring to make sure that they're on the right side of that, and that is probably the reason why they've not aligned with our recommendation.
Neutral is neutral in one sense, but not in another, in a practical sense.
Exactly.
Because they're being conservative.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to be.
I found on 20.2.92.10, quote, NMAC shall be liberally construed to carry out its objectives. Just saying. I don't know. But by the way, go Bears.
Go Bears.
I think I graduated before you were born, but And then one of you, I forget which one, paired aviation and off-road sectors. What's the basis for that?
Say it again.
You were talking about aviation and off-road sectors. You lump them together. I don't even know what off-road sector means.
Oh,
Is that like some bubba with a giant
I was
monster truck?
Yeah, I was comparing actually on-road. I might not have enunciated enough. Just that on-road is the use for renewable diesel, so trucks and things like that.
So
Off-road can mean things like tractors, though, in other situations.
Okay. And but what's the okay? So but with on-road, it's diesel, renewable
Electrification. Yeah.
And, okay, there we go.
One at a time, please.
All makes sense to me. That's all I have.
Right, thank you. Vice Chair Trujillo?
I just had one question, and I was curious how staff fared under other states' programs.
In terms of the crediting, the carbon intensity values. So I think Ms. Sadler, sort of gave specific examples from California and Washington, and generally, while not necessarily starting at the same carbon intensity value, all three of the states have eventually converged to the same carbon intensity value for the two fuels in order to get to more of a parity in the credit generation.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I just wanted to say thank you for coming out and addressing the board. Learned a lot, but I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Noyes, do you have any redirect?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Beginning with Ms. Sadler. Ms. Sadler, within your work with RMI, was there a report specific to the Rocky Mountain area that RMI developed?
Yes, we've written two, actually.
And to what extent were you involved in the development of those reports?
I contributed to the policy portions.
And were you familiar with the entirety of those reports as well?
Yes.
And did those reports address the factors around the decision making for where production facilities would be located?
Yes.
And can you describe those factors?
Yes, often producers are looking for a policy-friendly area, so places that have incentives, like Mr. Newsom said, incentives right now are very crucial for actually getting SAF produced. Other factors include friendly permitting structures within states, and I believe also states with clean fuel standards.
And what about, did the report look at feedstock availability?
Yes, it did.
And what were the conclusions around feedstock availability in this region of the country?
Yes. So I said in my testimony, I want to make sure I get the right numbers. The Rocky Mountain region, which we defined as New Mexico, Wyoming, Utah, and Colorado, has, let me find the correct number, 225,000 tons of used cooking oil and tallow available right now and likely for the rest of the decade.
And so that number is identified as feedstock that would be potentially available for SAF production?
For HEFA SAF, yes.
For HEFA SAF. And was there analysis done of what that would mean in terms of the SAF that could be produced from that amount of feedstock?
Yes, that could translate to about 41 million gallons of HEFA SAF by 2030.
And again, to be more precise, that was identified as available feedstock, such that to the extent that there was a facility that wanted to acquire that feedstock, it would be available.
Yes.
And in that respect, not having a facility in the area creates a feedstock opportunity, so to speak?
Absolutely.
And what were the overall conclusions of that report regarding essentially the potential of the Rocky Mountain region for SAF, both production and use?
The conclusions were that if the Rocky Mountain region were able to direct all of those, 225,000 tons of feedstock to SAF production, it would become a SAF hub for at least the United States.
And when you say SAF hub, what are you referring to there?
Typically at RMI, when we use the word hub, we're referring to sort of an interconnected industrial framework of producers and users of a type of fuel or technology, sort of loosely geographically based near one another. So that would be in New Mexico, but also likely within the Rocky Mountain region.
And are some, would you say that some airports are competing to become SAF hubs?
Yes, absolutely.
And what are some of the leading SAF hubs in the United States currently?
Right now, I believe Los Angeles, LAX is a leading user in SAF. I believe also Seattle, Tacoma, SeaTac is as well.
And both of those are in clean fuel standard states, correct?
Yes.
And then what kind of implications did your report find in terms of job opportunities that could be created by establishing SAF facilities?
I wish I had the numbers in front of me right now, but I do know that production of SAF produces, long-term, well-paid jobs in states where it exists. It also allows for upskilling for workers at airports who refuel planes, and typically we've seen creates jobs in the areas where SAF is being produced, transported, and then used.
And did your report look at the potential benefits of SAF in terms of improving air quality, particularly in the immediate area of airports?
Yes, the use of SAF significantly reduces particulate matter like SOx and NOx in the air, or sulfur oxides and nitrous oxides near the airports where they are used. In California's LCFS proceedings last year, that was one of the main reasons why airport workers were in favor of the expanded use of SAF in the state.
And what kind of participation did you see from airport workers in that proceeding?
Vigorous. There were a lot of airport workers present who were speaking to their personal experience of working around traditional jet fuel and how the reduction of that use would improve their health and well-being.
And you spoke regarding the desulfurization process and how that required additional energy inputs. Is there anything more that you can share about that desulfurization process?
I know that desulfurization is required for on-road fuels, so diesel, gasoline. It's not required for traditional jet fuel for technical reasons. And so the requirement of that for on-road fuels significantly increases the energy that goes into producing the fuel, therefore raises the carbon intensity score, whereas that effect is not seen in aviation fuel because it does not go through desulfurization.
And are you familiar with the term lubricity?
Generally.
And is lubricity one of the reasons why desulfurization is not done with conventional jet fuel?
Yes, by my understanding, if they were to desulfurize conventional jet fuel, it would cause issues with lubricity in the engines of jets.
And do you know the reason why sustainable aviation fuels, specifically the HEPA process fuels, have a low sulfur content?
I do not.
Are you aware of the sulfur content of the feedstocks that are used to produce those fuels?
I believe it is low.
And so returning to the energy inputs, is it fair to say that the lower carbon intensity of conventional jet fuel is attributable to the fact that the sulfur has not been removed for the fuel?
Yes.
So in that respect, a dirtier fuel, a higher sulfur fuel has a lower CI, in fact, because it is a dirtier fuel.
I believe so.
So do you see a policy reason there why one might want to treat that fuel differently than a low sulfur fuel?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Certainly. More specifically, does it make policy sense based on your experience to provide lesser crediting to sustainable aviation fuel that's replacing a high sulfur fuel than to on-road fuel that's replacing an ultra low sulfur diesel fuel?
No, I don't believe there's a good policy reason to do so. I think good policy typically endeavors to reflect the technological realities of the things that it's regulating. And so in that sense, you would try to reflect the fact that jet fuel is higher sulfur content because of the technical requirements of it.
Thank you, Ms. Sadler. I have some questions for Mr. Newsom as well. Mr. Newsom, to what degree were you involved in either, well, in any of the three rulemakings pertaining to SAF crediting, referencing California, Oregon, and Washington, or either directly or within the loop of understanding what happened with those processes?
Specifically with regard to the carbon intensity values or more generally?
Exactly, specifically.
I was not directly involved in any of the three.
So you were not aware, were you aware of the changes that California and Oregon made to their initial proposals that were consistent with this New Mexico proposal?
Yes, and I'm particularly aware of how California initially took a stance similar to what New Mexico is proposing, but upon further engagement with SAF producers and the aviation community, made adjustments to its policy and the carbon intensity values.
So in that respect, this engagement is very similar to engagement that you're aware occurred in California?
Very similar.
And in Washington State, are you aware that the statute that established the clean fuel standard in Washington State actually established by statute that crediting would be based on the diesel table?
Yes.
And are you aware to what extent Washington State has an interest in developing sustainable aviation fuel production in the state?
Yes, I'm aware.
And what specific actions is Washington State taking to pursue that?
So Washington State, in addition to establishing its own version of a clean fuel program, has also established a SAF tax credit benefit that is tied specifically to establishment of production capacity in the state of Washington. I believe at a minimum of 20 million gallons per year capacity before that credit becomes active. It has also been actively supporting permitting reform, permitting processing reform in order to better enable the establishment of new facilities, and working, and both at the state, city, and county level, working very closely with the prospective SAF producers that are interested in developing projects in the state.
And are you also aware of the Washington Alternative Jet Fuel Working Group?
I am an occasional participant of it and have been aware of it from its beginnings.
And can you describe the formation of that group and the activities it participates in?
So during my time at Boeing, there was an informal creation of a working group specifically to look at policy enablement of what we then termed aviation biofuels in the state of Washington. That informal creation of a working group, which originally produced the first regional roadmap report for what we now call SAF back in 2011, became formalized by the state legislature. And so the Washington State Alternative Jet Fuel Working Group is specified by statute and funded by the state coordinated through Washington State University. It provides a report, I believe, on an every other year basis on policy recommendations and progress in developing SAF use and SAF production in the state of Washington and in the United States.
And do you recall also in Washington State a project that was led up by Climate Solutions around sustainable aviation fuel?
I know of at least one.
And what's the one?
The one I'm referring to is the first Pacific Northwest Aviation Biofuels Roadmap Report, which Climate Solutions authored as on behalf of the multi-stakeholder working group.
And is it fair to say that Washington has taken significant policy steps to become a SAF hub at Seattle and other airports?
Absolutely.
And what is the state motivation for all of the activities that you've described there?
Multifold. The state is interested in the economic development opportunities presented by having SAF production facilities in the state. It is also interested in driving SAF use in the state for the benefits of local air quality at large airports. I think it also sees itself as wanting to be a leader for aviation generally and on environmental topics.
Thank you, Mr. Newsom. That concludes my redirect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noyes. Two things. Would you please spell for the record lubricity?
Certainly. Lubricity.
Thank you. Also, Member Bitzer has a question, and I will give you the opportunity to follow up if it raises an issue. Go ahead, Member Bitzer.
Sorry, I thought of this and then forgot it. Didn't write it down. But is SAF potentially adaptable to JP5 or JP8 military fuels at all? So we got a big market here in New Mexico with our airport space.
There is, so yes, in general, though the JP5 and JP8 fuel specifications are similar to the commercial or civil jet fuel specifications. So the same processes would apply, though you would have to qualify the fuel to the unique military specifications. There have been endeavors by the U.S. military over the years to develop supply chains for military equivalents of SAF for various reasons. And the military was instrumental in the early days of the aviation biofuel SAF journey in conducting much of the early testing on the technical qualities of what we now call SAF. If you remember the Great Green Fleet endeavors of the late O's and the early, really up until about 2010.
That's all I had.
Is there anything for you, Mr. Noyes?
Nothing additional.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Sadler and Mr. Newsom. Let's break for lunch and come back at 1. Thank you. Thank you, Pam. It is 1 p.m. on our 5th day of hearing in EIB 25-23. This is when we invite public comment if there's any to be given. Is there anyone in the room here to offer public comment? I see no hands. Is there anyone on the platform here to give public comment? No? All right, thank you very much. Mr. Noyes, if we would turn to, I believe it's Infinium.
Thank you, Your Honor. Graham Noyes on behalf of Infinium. I'd like to begin with my opening statement when the board is ready.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I would like to begin by thanking the Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Members of the board, Graham Noyes for Infinium. I would like to begin by thanking the board for the opportunity to participate in this process, this robust public process that enables the presentation of live testimony and exhibits and a deep examination of the issues, which I think is really necessary here to develop the optimal policy structure and in all my experience, very, very unique. There is no other clean fuel program rulemaking that has ever looked like this from an engagement perspective. I'd also like to thank the New Mexico Environment Department for their deep engagement in this process and willingness to work with industry to really design the program that is optimal for New Mexico. At the outset of this testimony, I would like to disclose that we are entering the electricity zone, a highly complex zone that is extremely important to climate policy. And really what I want to do with this opening statement is talk about that electricity zone and some of the critical factors relating to carbon intensity that require important decision making when thinking about climate policy. And when one thing that I'd like to flag to the board in our discussions and in other discussions about the book and claim provisions is that by itself, book and claim is almost a meaningless phrase in that it could be referring to very different things and it could be referring to very different structures. And so it's a situation where the devil really is in the details. And it's very much grounded in what type of fuel is being referenced, whether it's a liquid or gaseous fuel, or in this case, whether it's electricity, which in a clean fuel standard can be both a fuel in the form of a power to directly power a vehicle, or it can be a process energy. And that process energy could be going into a facility and creating the ability to make a fuel. And because the facility's carbon intensity, the facility's greenhouse gas emissions are an integral part of the life cycle analysis, whether that is a low carbon intensity electricity or a zero carbon intensity electricity or a high carbon electricity, will greatly impact the life cycle analysis. And kind of the simplest way to think about it is if one had an ethanol facility that was operating in a sub-region, they're called EPA sub-regions of the grid, that was a high carbon intensity grid, such as one that still was dependent on a lot of coal, and that ethanol facility is drawing a lot of power off of that grid to make the ethanol, it's going to have a much higher carbon intensity than another ethanol facility, even if it's got the same type of process, but it's on a very low carbon grid. For instance, Washington State, where they have a tremendous amount of hydropower on the grid. So the ethanol facility in that high coal state is going to be much higher carbon intensity, and the score that it will get will be much higher than the ethanol plant that's in Washington State that's got lower carbon intensity. Excuse me for one moment. So in this situation, we're looking here at how should the New Mexico program treat this particular situation, and we're not speaking about here the book and claim provisions pertaining to liquid or gaseous fuels, just to electricity, and we're only even discussing one of the 7 different categories within the rulemaking on how electricity, the carbon intensity of electricity itself, is determined. And going through the list here, which I think is helpful for context, is the 7 kinds. The first would be the carbon intensity of electric distribution utilities. So that would be kind of like the grid that we just talked about, where a particular EDU would have a different carbon intensity according to how their power is being sourced. the carbon intensity of renewable electricity, which if it's qualifying renewable electricity in the program will be 0. The carbon intensity for off-grid generation of electricity, so a particular site that has self-generation capabilities, whether they're renewable or otherwise. The use of a renewable electricity fuel pathway code. So that would be going through the pathway application process to obtain that. The one that we're focused on here is off-site renewable energy. So that would be the ability to source the off-site renewable electricity and take credit for, if it's renewable electricity, that 0 CI electricity at your facility. And the program also addresses utility renewable energy products, green tariffs or things of the like, and also EDUs that have certified carbon intensity or fuel pathway codes for renewable energy products or power purchase agreements. As I mentioned, we're focused on off-site renewable electricity, and all of what I'm speaking to is really sort of a higher level of what Dr. Ziziski will be speaking to in his testimony, and that is renewable electricity that is produced or generated within the same subregion of the grid as where the facility is located. And those subregions are established by EPA, and they're based on the deliverability, what part of the national grid the facility sits into. And the electricity from a wind or a solar facility would then be placed onto the grid in that subregion. And there is the ability under the book and claim system that's proposed to separate what's typically called the environmental attribute. And the environmental attribute is here the carbon intensity electricity. And this is actually a program that's been in existence and you're probably familiar with in the renewable portfolio standards that are out there, because this unit of energy, a megawatt hour, is represented by a renewable energy certificate. And those renewable energy certificates are typically the means of compliance for utilities meeting their levels of renewable requirements in a particular state. By acquiring those RECs from facilities that are supplying to them and using those RECs to show that they met 25% of their demand with renewable electricity, if that's the requirement, or 50%. And so what the proposal does is leverage that existing REC system that already exists to enable the environmental attribute to be transferred. There are a whole series of program requirements that we actually won't speak to here. I'm trying to provide a context, but we're honed in on a number of areas where we think there's the opportunity for further improvement. And really the focus of this further improvement is to look for ways to make sure that these facilities that produce fuel that supply into New Mexico under the program can maximize the amount of federal credits in particular that they can capture. And specifically, we're focused on the Inflation Reduction Act credits, which the SAF panel talked about. Depending on the type of fuel, currently for SAF, as was mentioned, they're up to $1.75 per gallon. More typically, across other fuels, they'll be up to $1 a gallon. So that's a significant credit that essentially reduces your net cost of fuel and your net cost of fuel to consumers because the federal dollars are coming in to support that fuel. And I want to make very clear, as I think I have throughout, that NMAD has been absolutely engaged in the process here and has been fine-tuning and designing these different systems as based on all of the different vantage points that are brought in. And I'm sure the utilities have very different vantage points on this. The fuel producers have various vantage points on this. Environmental participants may have different views on this, and all of these have informed the process. And I think it is accurate to say that NMED has proposed a more expansive book and claim system than we have seen in the other clean fuel jurisdictions. And I think that's a very good thing, both from an environmental and a cost and an innovation perspective. I think that New Mexico's system is a result of the what Mr. Ford observed, that New Mexico views itself and has a history of culture of being a major oil and gas producer. And there's money to be made, jobs to be established, and efficiencies to be achieved by enabling book and claim that leverages many of the structures established by the oil and gas industry to enable the distribution of oil and gas in the most efficient manner and minimize costs. NMED has been more willing to follow this path than Oregon, Washington, and California, and this has been widely welcomed by the low carbon fuel industry because those benefits in terms of flexibility and cost reduction are things we want to see to unlock more potential in the industry. This also will ease program compliance costs on obligated parties, which is obviously also a positive outcome. While these flexibilities have been introduced, NMED has very much remained focused on the core requirements of the program of achieving in-state reductions of the carbon intensity of transportation fuels. And so the specific, as I mentioned, the specific site that we're looking at is this low carbon electricity via renewable attributes. And the nature of Infinium's fuel production process makes electricity of paramount importance in its carbon intensity. Our sole witness, Dr. Ziziski, will provide detailed testimony regarding Infinium's process and the importance of low carbon electricity to the e-fuel production process. Infinium's mission is to decarbonize the transportation sector through the production of e-fuel, an ultra low carbon synthetic fuel alternative to petroleum derived transportation fuel. These are drop-in replacements for fuels in planes, ships, and motor vehicles. These meet, we've talked about ASTM specs. These fuels meet existing ASTM specs for petroleum fuels. And the process utilizes carbon dioxide, typically coming off of industrial processes. And a great example is an ethanol facility that produces a very pure CO2 stream as the CO2 side, the carbon side, and then renewable power and water as feedstocks to make electrolytic hydrogen, and then ultimately convert that to eSAF, e-diesel, and e-naphtha. Infinium's first facility is in Corpus Christi, Texas, and has the second largest and is the first commercial scale producer in the world, and has a second larger scale facility in Pecos, Texas, known as Project Roadrunner, and that Dr. Ziziski will speak to the support for that in terms of key investors out there. This project is well situated to deliver these fuels into New Mexico. And as has been recognized in the European Union in particular, e-fuels are an essential tool of decarbonization that do not raise the concerns that we hear about biogenic materials. E-fuel producers do not use biomass feedstocks, but only the CO2 and electrolytic hydrogen. These facilities do require substantial amounts of power, as Dr. Ziziski can speak to much better. That is the essence of where the energy is coming from in the fuel, and as a result, he'll also discuss the different implications of that CI score of the electricity that will feed into the life cycle analysis of the fuel. The use of book and claim accounting is of critical importance to e-fuels to enable access to off-site renewable electricity sources, as you generally cannot do this via co-location. And Madam Hearing Officer, if I may, I didn't closely track my start time. Where am I on my opening statement?
15 more minutes.
Thank you. So one of the key sections that we want to focus in on here
I'm
is.
sorry, Mr. Nice. I went to 30. You have about 5 minutes.
That sounds much more like what I thought. Thank you. I wanted to shift into discussing the regulatory language, which is one of the provisions we're really focused on, and the one that I've been referencing throughout here. And Dr. Zaziski will speak to some others, and that is 206 subsection E, referring to offsite renewable electricity, and E1. Referring specifically to RECs. So in this provision, we're honing in specifically what is a REC in terms of the sufficiency requirements to be used to satisfy book and claim requirements. And NMED has established a whole series of requirements in A through E, all of which we're supportive of, and we think they make good sense and are following the carbon intensity requirements of the program. The sub provision, subsection F, that has been of significant discussion initially in the petition draft read, RECs may not be utilized for any other programs. And this kind of sweeping language raised the concerns we discussed about essentially precluding the use in federal programs and essentially inadvertently driving up the cost of fuels. And to NMED's credit, they revised this in the revised petition draft so that this is, again, 206 E1F, so that the new provision reads, RECs shall not be claimed in the CTFP for fuel reported in any other program that would cause the environmental attribute to be used or claimed more than once. We recognize that this is improved language, and we appreciate the effort in doing this. I'd like to just share with the board more expansive language that we think would make it sort of crystal clear that all of the components, essentially the value opportunities, are captured without double counting the REC. And the language we would propose there is the fuel reporting entity may not use RECs both to claim credit for a quantity of transportation fuel under the CTFP and to establish greenhouse gas reductions or to fulfill renewable portfolio standard requirements unrelated to that same quantity of fuel under any other regulatory program or jurisdiction. However, RECs may be used for a given quantity of transportation fuel to claim credit for that same quantity of fuel under the Renewable Fuel Standard, the Inflation Reduction Act, other federal or state credit programs, sustainability certification schemes, and the Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation, CORSIA, period. The fuel reporting entity may also apportion RECs between transportation fuel and co-products subject to approval by the department in the fuel pathway application process. I'll admit that's kind of a heavy paragraph there, but we think it satisfies the purpose, and we look forward to further engagement with NMED in driving toward that kind of outcome. We want to be sure, again, to capture all available credits. With that, I again thank the board for the opportunity to present this opening statement and would like to turn to the testimony of Dr. Zaziski.
Dr. Zaziski, would you please state and spell your first and last name?
David, D-A-V-I-D, Zaziski, Z-A-Z-I-S-K-I.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
If I may, Madam Hearing Officer, I have piled too many windows onto my computer here. Sorry. All right. Thank you for your understanding of that delay. Dr. Ziziski, what is your position?
I'm employed by Infinium, who's a leading producer of e-fuels, and my position with the company is Vice President of Policy and Government Affairs.
And what is the scope? What are the scope of your duties at Infinium in that role?
Yes, my responsibilities include leading global policy, sustainability, and government affairs activities. I've been actively engaged on renewable fuel policy and regulatory affairs, particularly with a focus on e-fuels. And this work has included active work around the U.S. Department of Treasury tax incentives, federal tax incentives for energy, in particular sections 45V, 45Q, and 45Z. Internationally, I've been active with a number of different international mandate programs, including in the European Union for on-road vehicles and for aviation, as well as similar programs based in the United Kingdom.
And what is your educational background?
My educational background, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry from the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, and I have a PhD in Chemistry from the University of California at Berkeley.
And is Infinium Exhibit 3 a copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes.
And is Infinium Exhibit 2 a copy of your written testimony?
Yes.
And have you prepared a summary of your written testimony?
Yes, I have.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
The summary.
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Officer, Chair, members of the board. I am testifying here as a technical witness due to my technical and global policy experience in renewable fuels. As I just stated, I am currently Vice President, Policy and Government Affairs at Infinium. Infinium's mission is to decarbonize the transportation sector through the production of e-fuels, which are an ultra-low carbon synthetic fuel alternative to petroleum-derived transportation fuel. Infinium's e-fuels are drop-in replacement for use in planes, ships, motor vehicles without the need for costly infrastructure changes. Infinium's proprietary technology utilizes waste carbon dioxide that would otherwise be emitted, renewable power, and water as feedstocks to produce transportation fuels, including eSAF, e-diesel, and e-naphtha. Infinium is supported by its investors, including affiliates of Amazon, Brookfield Asset Management, NextEra Energy, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, SK Ventures, and AP Ventures. These world-leading companies are interested in both reducing their carbon footprints and innovating solutions to the current environmental issues. Infinium operates the first commercial scale drop-in e-fuel facility in the world at its plant in Corpus Christi, Texas. Infinium also has announced a second larger scale commercial facility in Pecos, Texas, known as Project Roadrunner. Project Roadrunner is currently under construction and will primarily focus on the production of sustainable aviation fuel and other e-fuel products for customers including American Airlines and IAG, the owner of British Airways, Aer Lingus, and other international airlines. The Project Roadrunner facility is well situated to deliver eSAF to decarbonize aviation, or eNaphtha for on-road vehicles to New Mexico via truck, given the close proximity. I want to next just take a moment, a few minutes, to define what e-fuels are and the technology behind them. E-fuels are an emerging class of synthetic transportation fuels produced by converting electrical energy into the chemical bonds of liquid fuels. E-fuels are derived from carbon dioxide, water, and renewable electricity, according to the process shown on Infinium Exhibit number 4. Briefly, in that process, first a green hydrogen intermediate is created from the electrolysis of water. Next, using proprietary catalysts and processes, hydrogen and carbon dioxide are converted into long-chain hydrocarbons that form liquid fuels such as synthetic diesel, or e-diesel, and synthetic aviation fuel, or eSAF. The process additionally produces a synthetic naphtha, or e-naphtha, which can be used as a gasoline blend stock. Infinium e-fuels are sustainable and ultra-low carbon, with typically greater than 95% lower greenhouse gas emissions compared to petroleum-derived fuels. The ultra-low carbon footprint of the fuel arises from the use of carbon-free renewable energy input and the utilization of anthropogenic carbon dioxide that otherwise is emitted into the atmosphere. As a result, on a greenhouse gas basis, there is no net carbon impact from the use of e-fuels, as the captured CO2 is eventually converted into a fuel, consumed, and returned back to the atmosphere. These fuels are particularly important in that they provide solutions to challenges associated with certain transportation sectors that have been hard to decarbonize by electrification. This includes airplanes and heavy and medium duty trucks. As I've described, e-fuels have deep carbon intensity reduction potential. E-fuels are uniquely enabled to deliver ultra-low carbon fuel alternatives to petroleum-derived transportation fuels and to scale rapidly, provided that producers are allowed to source off-site and on-site renewable electricity. E-fuel producers do not use biomass feedstock for production, but instead utilize CO2 that would otherwise be emitted as waste and water as their only feedstocks to produce transportation fuel. It is through the production of green hydrogen that e-fuels producers convert electrical energy into molecular energy that, after further processing and synthesis, is converted into liquid fuels that replace fossil gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. To convert water to hydrogen by electrolysis, e-fuels facilities require a substantial amount of power, which needs to come from carbon-free sources in order for the resulting fuels to achieve deep carbon intensities or CI reductions. CI estimates can be made on a wells-to-wheel basis with input values according to the planned New Mexico Tier 2 calculator defined in the petition. Using these parameters, a forecasted CI score of sustainable aviation e-fuel produced at a notional e-fuel facility sited in New Mexico, and utilizing book and claim accounting to source zero CI power under the proposed regulatory structure established by Section 20.2.92.206E, would achieve a CI score of less than 5 grams of CO2 equivalents per megajoule. This would be equivalent to roughly 95% reduction from the 2026 baseline. Conversely, if this book and claim accounting was not permitted, the same e-fuel facility would be forced to utilize New Mexico average grid power mix, resulting in a CI exceeding 240 grams of CO2 equivalents per megajoule, a level well above the conventional petroleum baseline. As this example shows, the use of book and claim accounting for electricity is of critical importance to e-fuels to enable access to off-site renewable energy sources. As a general rule, it is not feasible to co-locate an e-fuel production facility with an adjacent renewable energy source such as wind, solar, or geothermal energy source that can be directly connected to the e-fuel production facility. The use of book and claim enables the use of off-site renewable electricity. And in doing so, according to the proposed provisions, would do so by acquiring environmental attributes of the renewable power in the form of a renewable energy certificate, or REC. We are very appreciative that NMED has integrated book and claim provisions into the proposed regulations. In my final comments here, I want to walk through some of the proposed changes we would like to recommend. My prepared testimony raised 3 areas of proposed changes. NMED revised petition issued on September 2nd included changes addressing 2 areas related to the definition of synthetic fuel and book and claim. Infinium supports these changes that were made in that revised version. Thus, I'll focus my remaining time on the 3rd area pertaining to detailed aspects on book and claim. The revised petition did make some modifications. That being said, my same concerns remained, and for ease, I will refer to the revised language as I describe it. As a general principle, to fully incentivize and support low carbon fuels, including synthetic fuels under the CTFP regulation should clearly authorize CTFP credits to be stackable with clean fuel production credits, sustainability schemes, or voluntary programs that use greenhouse gas emissions as proxy for calculating the incentives or otherwise determining eligibility, including when book and claim accounting is employed. A concern first appears in section 20.2.92.201, which addresses book and claim accounting for gaseous transportation or liquid transportation fuels. I support NMED's proposal that book and claim accounting may be used for gaseous fuels or liquid transportation fuels in certain circumstances. However, I am concerned that subsection C4 could unduly limit the ability of producers to apply the full range of incentive structures that are available and necessary to support the development of deployment of low carbon fuels. The revised subsection C4 states that the fuel reporting entity shall claim transportation fuel or process energy in the production of transportation fuel in CTFP only if it's not reported in any other program in a way that would cause the environmental attributes being claimed more than once. While respecting NMED's effort to prevent double counting of emission reductions under emission capping programs, I'm concerned that the proposed language is too broad still and could be interpreted to disallow otherwise stackable crediting for clean fuel incentive programs that happen to use greenhouse gas emissions as the basis for calculating the incentive amount, even when those programs themselves are not emission capping or emission reduction regulatory programs. One such program is the Federal Clean Fuel Production Credit under IRS Section 45Z. That federal tax incentive uses greenhouse gas emissions as a means to calculate and allocate tax credits to incentivize, as the statutory name of the provision implies, clean fuel production. It awards greater credits to those fuels that are cleaner than others on a greenhouse gas basis. However, 45Z is not an emission cap or an emission reduction regulation, but rather, like the federal renewable fuel standard, is aimed at supporting technologies, feedstocks, infrastructure, and operations that increase the production and deployment of renewable fuels in the United States. Likewise, participation in various sustainability and voluntary programs, such as those for which corporations report and mitigate their indirect Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions, should not be deemed as unstackable with New Mexico's CTFP. In the event that NMED declines to allow crediting of clean fuels under Section 201 of the proposed regulations in general, or specifically in the book and claim accounting scenarios under Section 201C4, when the 45Z tax credit or other clean fuel incentive programs use greenhouse gas emissions as a proxy for calculations, it would defeat the ambition of the present legislation and would severely limit the ability of would-be e-fuel producers and producers of other clean fuels to support New Mexico's clean fuels and greenhouse gas emission reductions ambitions. Thus, I urge NMED to either remove the proposed restriction or to clarify that it would only apply in cases where an otherwise stackable incentive program truly is a greenhouse gas capping or emission reduction regulatory program. In other words, there would be no double counting permitted when credits are used for purposes of qualifying for a low carbon fuel standard credit, such as that covered by New Mexico CTFP, but the environmental attributes of that low carbon fuel may be recognized for other permissible purposes, such as for the purposes of taxation or for recognizing change of scope emissions. A related issue arises in a subsequent section regarding book and claim for electricity. This is found in section 20.2.92.206E1F. This section was revised to state, RECs shall not be claimed in the CTFP for fuel reported in any other program that would cause the environmental attributes to be claimed more than once. Similarly, I am still highly concerned this restriction for offsite renewable electricity is too strict and that it could be interpreted to, for example, preclude the parallel use of RECs for zero carbon intensity electricity to obtain federal tax credits under IRS Section 45Z, 45Q, 45V. This concern equally extends to sustainability programs or other voluntary programs that customarily consider greenhouse gas reductions together with other sustainability issues. I would propose consideration of revise the language for Section 206 as indicated in Infinium Exhibit number 1. And I'll leave that it is my professional opinion that there should be alignment to both of these book and claim provisions, both in Section 201 and 206 that we referenced with respect to pertaining to sourcing of offsite renewable electricity. So with that, I thank you. I've appreciated this opportunity to provide testimony. I'd like to express my thanks to the New Mexico Environment Department for development of the program structure and to the Environmental Improvement Board for the opportunity to participate and provide input in this public hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Zizitsky. That was the perfect pace.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I'd like to move Infinium Exhibits 1 through 6 into evidence.
I will pause in the event there are any objections. I don't hear any. Exhibits 1 through 6 are admitted.
Thank you. Dr. Ziziski is our only witness.
All right, we'll start with NMOGA. Mr. Molenberg.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. We do not have any questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Tucker for Oxy, do you have any questions of Dr. Zizitsky?
Oxy has no questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Wexler or Ms. Olson? Mr. Maxwell, I think you're back on the platform.
No questions today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Boutier or Mr. Harris? Mr. DeSalen?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lobdell or Ms. Reynaud? Mr. Sarayas?
No questions from us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Nasco? Mr. Duff? Mr. Smith? Thank you. He indicated he had no questions. Ms. Vercruz? All right. And Mr. Weatherby? Okay. And Ms. Sona or Ms. Nixon?
Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I have just a few questions for you, very easy questions, hopefully.
Okay.
I think as we've learned, it helps to sometimes step back and get a little high level perspective. And so I just wanted to ask a few questions. I will be short. Zaziski, is that how you say your name?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. If I mispronounce it, please correct me.
No worries, thanks.
My name's Kelsey Sona. I'm the attorney for the New Mexico Environment Department, which is the petitioner for the rule. Mr. Ziziski, are you familiar with the report that NMED commissioned from Adelante Consulting that looked at the anticipated projects, jobs, and benefits in New Mexico from this program?
I'm aware of the report.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a question about it. Do you want me to show you a reference in the report, or do you just want me to read it to you?
I remember looking at it a long while ago, so depending on what your questions are, I'll do my best.
Okay, I'll ask it, and then I'll help you to turn to the page if you decide. So on page 22 of this report, which is NMED Exhibit 75 in the record, The second paragraph and a few sentences in, it states that Infinium is, quote, actively exploring opportunities in New Mexico in anticipation of the CTFP, end quote. You shared with us a little bit about some of your projects in Texas, and I wanted to know, are you familiar with this potential expansion that's raised in the Adelante report?
Yes, Infinium, including the projects that I described that we have steel in the ground, either operating or in the process of construction. We're also doing development, doing early stage project development of projects in other places around the world, including in North America as well.
One of the facts, and we can turn to it if you'd like, but one of the facts that was shared by Infinium to Adelante, ultimately included in the report, is that the potential expansion could create 35 to 40 jobs in New Mexico. Does that sound about right?
That's correct.
And similarly, is it true that any future expansion could create opportunities for local engineering and fabrication services that would support the large-scale equipment that Infinium's facilities require?
Yes, so the job numbers that you mentioned there reference specifically the number of plant operators and folks that are required to run an e-fuels facility 24/7 as such. Obviously, you would have other ancillary job creation associated with that activity that's not represented by that number that you quoted. That could include everything from jobs created from the construction process, as well as you appreciate you've have fall down effects of people going to dinner, housing that can also have added economic development activity for the community.
Thank you. Is there anything else about this potential investment that you would like to share with the board?
Not at this time, but we're excited. Obviously, we've been working on Project Roadrunner for a period of time here. We're excited that facility will be operational soon. As it turns out, it's about 50 miles from the border with New Mexico, so roughly, give or take. As you can appreciate, doing it down the road a little more looks about the same. Obviously, it has different impacts for different states in that context, but I can appreciate that. We're really looking forward to opportunities to grow and scale more production of our e-fuel products into the market.
You transitioned perfectly into my next question, which is the understanding that this investment is just something that's kind of in the thought process stage right now, it sounds like. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. Can you share a little bit more about how Infinium's fuels will be used within the New Mexico transportation sector?
Yes. So as I indicated in my remarks, our fuels are drop-in replacements that can go into the existing petroleum infrastructure. So in the context, we produce or will produce at our Roadrunner facility eSAF, which could be delivered to local New Mexico airports, could be as an additive replacement to petroleum fuel that is currently used by those aircraft. It could also, either our e-diesel or e-naphtha products could serve as replacements to both gasoline and diesel fuel pools, which are used for on-road vehicles within New Mexico.
Thank you. And last question. If e-fuels are used to widely replace petroleum in these manners of transportation that you just shared, would New Mexico likely see local air quality improvements and other types of environmental benefits?
Yes, studies in the past have looked at the use of synthetic fuels, of which e-fuels is a synthetic fuel, and it showed that the environmental benefits by the use of their fuels exist, as earlier testimony that you've heard today. And there's a number of features of these fuels. They're very low sulfur in their content. They're generally fairly clean, low aromatics and other attributes that make them clean fuels, which then are also then cleaner burning. And then from that, a better environmental profile.
Thank you very much. And thank you again for traveling out here and sharing this work with the board.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Officer, that concludes my questions, but I would like to make a brief statement in the interest of transparency that NMED is committed to looking at the concerns that have been raised about Section 201 and 206, and this would be something that the board can expect to see coordination, to resolve concerns in the rebuttal drafts.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sona, for all of that. Board members, do you have questions? Member Ely.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
E-fuels is a very exciting area of advancement in transportation to me. Anyways, I'm wondering where, specifically for Corpus Christi or maybe for the new Pecos facility, where do you get your CO2 from? What industrial waste sources does that come from?
Yeah, obviously depending upon the facility, it can vary. So our Corpus Christi facility, for example, gets waste CO2 that comes from neighboring refineries. And so those are refineries that have been emitting CO2 for periods of time. It also gets CO2 from some chemical production facilities too as well within the Corpus Christi region. Again, these are coming from facilities that have been emitting CO2 for a period of time. We come in and capture it and use it as a feedstock for producing our fuels, our e-fuels.
Member Ely, Garcia.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Member Bitzer.
So following on to your question about where the carbon dioxide would come from, where's the water going to come from in New Mexico, and how much of a purification process do you need? Because I mean, we have water, but it's got minerals and so forth, and I can't imagine an electrolytic process isn't corrupted by that at some point.
It is true. It does require clean water as part of the production of hydrogen and clean electricity. Fortunately, the back half of our process to convert the hydrogen and CO2 actually generates water, and so you're able to minimize your overall burden. That being said, we spent a lot of time making sure that we're responsibly sourcing our water associated with both its availability and our touch point within the community as well.
I can find this patented process online somewhere, maybe. I'm curious.
Probably, yes, of course. But as I comment in my highlights, there's, we take green hydrogen that we produce through the electrolysis you described, and then have several catalysts and processes that do that conversion. Which
Secret formula?
There is some, yes, there is some secret sauce and process, if you will, that does that chemical transformation. But that being said, we've been producing e-fuels since the end of 2023 at our Corpus Christi facility. So it's not just a patent, it is a process that we are using to produce fuels that are going into the hands of our customers. And we look forward to growing the volume of supply of e-fuels.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Member Honker, do you have any questions of Dr. Zasiski?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Trujillo?
No questions.
Madam Chair?
No questions.
All right. Mr. Noyes, do you have redirect of Dr. Zasiski?
I do not, Madam Hearing Officer.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Zasiski. We're going to Verde.
Yes, and this will be a refreshingly brief presentation.
Thank you.
Just Madam Hearing Officer and members of the board, Graham Noyes on behalf of Verde Clean Fuels. And on behalf of Verde, I'd like to give this a brief opening statement and say at the outset, I've consulted with my client, and based on essentially the cross-examination opportunities that we've had and the discussions that we've had with NMED, we've made the decision for efficiency and for everyone's time savings just to offer an opening statement because we have a high confidence level that we'll have the opportunity for engagement on the specific issue that Verde Clean Fuels had. And essentially, I'd like to just present that in a brief opening statement to the board, and then that will be all.
Thank you very much.
Certainly. And I'd also like to recognize at the outset the leadership of Governor Lujan Grisham and the long-term climate policy of New Mexico. State policy is critical at this time, and we've seen in this proceeding the importance in particular of clean transportation fuel programs in terms of creating new jobs and economic opportunities, as well as providing both greenhouse gas and air quality benefits. This particular technology that Verde Clean Fuels has developed was actually initially developed by its predecessor, Primus Green Energy. And that has been more than a decade in the development of, it's essentially an advanced gas to liquids technology. It's specifically a methane to gasoline process to convert excess methane in the Permian Basin to gasoline. And Verde's sole objective in participating in this rulemaking and in the preparation for this hearing and in submitting the evidence that we did was to ensure that Verde's technology would be eligible to participate in this program structure, which really speaks to how important this program structure is. And essentially what it does is create value for carbon intensity reduction. And that value for carbon intensity reduction is essentially an additional revenue stream for a facility. And that can sufficiently tip the economic scales to either make a technology or the establishment of a facility viable where it wouldn't be, or enable faster development to move those forward. So we can see this really is a transformative policy structure. And in this particular case, we have a technology that literally sources methane in places like the Permian Basin, where the large scale of crude oil production, where the target product really is the crude oil, and methane is in many cases a byproduct that certainly on the Texas side of the line is significantly flared. Obviously, New Mexico's got much more rigorous flaring reductions here, but we still see oftentimes very low or even negative values for methane in the area here, and pipeline capacity being a constraint. So the ability to convert methane into gasoline and thereby put it to a beneficial use, avoid emissions to the extent it's in a flaring or venting location, is something that's very positive. Specific to the issue of synthetic fuel, Climate Change Bureau Chief Bouchard described the synthetic fuel definition as a catch-all definition with the goal of enabling current and future technologies that can provide CI reductions to participate in this program. I will note also that Ms. Bouchard specifically stated that she was not certain to what extent the Verde fuel would have effective access to the product, to the program participation, because that would be based on a life cycle analysis. And that life cycle analysis is going to turn on the alternative fate of the methane, and so will be a complicated undertaking. So it's really just the eligibility to participate, and we fully realize this. Verde's Clean Technology Officer, John Doyle, was available to testify and fully explain Verde's technology in a way that I certainly cannot. He is the main architect and engineer of the technology. He first worked on cellulosic ethanol technology for Verenium. Subsequently, Verenium was acquired by BP. He then had a period at BP, moved over to Primus Green Energy, so was part of the original team developing the technology and deploying it at pilot scale, and pioneering what they call the STG Plus technology, which I understand is a refinement of the mobile technology, but has its own standing from an intellectual property standpoint. And he is now serving as the CTO, the Chief Technology Officer, to fully commercialize the technology at Verde. They are developing their first commercial scale facility in the Permian Basin with $50 million in equity backing from Cottonmouth Ventures, and Cottonmouth is a wholly owned subsidiary of Diamondback Energy. Due to Ms. Bouchard's testimony and MNED's willingness to continue to engage with stakeholders to inform the final regulatory language of the Clean Transportation Fuel Program, and also to expedite the proceedings and facilitate NMED's success in this overall hearing, Verde has elected not to call its witnesses, and therefore will not move Exhibits 1 through 3 or 5 through 7 into evidence. If there is no objection, I would move Exhibit 4, which is an E3 independent engineering report of Verde's Permian Basin project, into evidence as an example of a synthetic fuel technology. And that is my opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Noyes. Let me pause for a moment in the event there are objections to the admission of Exhibit 4.
Madam
Verde
Hearing Officer?
Exhibit 4. Ms. Sona.
I would just ask that the exhibit be given the weight similar to public comment submitting information, since we haven't been able to ask any questions about the exhibit, but no objection to it being included in the record.
Okay. Generally, Mr. Noyes, we do accept it as a form of public comment if there isn't a technical witness to sponsor it.
Understood, and that is how it is intended to be offered.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
and any other comments? No? All right. Exhibit 4 is accepted into the record. Thank you.
And that concludes Verde Clean Fuels. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noyes. All right. We would turn next to Growth Energy. Is Mr. Nasco with us? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reminded that Mr. Nasco's witness is not available until November 17th. Thank you so much. We'll turn then to Mr. Duff on behalf of the National Sorghum Producers. Mr. Duff, I understand you're with us.
I am. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, then. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My comments will also be very brief. And I want to thank the department staff for very productive conversations around our issue. My name, of course, is John Duff, and I'm testifying.
Mr. Duff, hold on 1 second, please. Would you spell your first and last name?
Sure. John, John Duff.
All right. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
And I have to ask you to speak slowly, please. There are interpreters and a court reporter trying to capture every word.
Okay, sure. Thanks for that reminder. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay. I am testifying on behalf of National Sorghum Producers. Our organization represents 50,000 U.S. sorghum farmers, including producers in eastern New Mexico, and we advocate for the role of U.S. sorghum as a sustainable, resource-efficient crop within the biofuel and other sectors. New Mexico is at a pivotal point in establishing their clean transportation fuel program. As this program is designed, it is critical that the rules reflect the agricultural and environmental realities of the state, not one-size-fits-all assumptions from California or elsewhere. Ultimately, this means ensuring that sorghum-based ethanol is explicitly recognized in Table 5 alongside corn-based ethanol, leveling the playing field for New Mexico farmers and biofuel producers. Sorghum deserves this recognition both for its agronomic characteristics and for its proven contribution to lowering carbon intensity of transportation fuels, often in the state of New Mexico already. We stand ready to contribute the robust data that we have assembled to support the department should it take this step. The case for sorghum is compelling. First, sorghum is a drought-tolerant crop that thrives in New Mexico's dry conditions. For many decades now, farmers across the southern high plains have relied upon sorghum because it consistently produces more grain per inch of water than any other major cereal. In a state where aquifer declines and limited surface water supplies constrain the productivity of agricultural commodities, sorghum is not only resilient, but a cost-effective option for producers. That's a rare opportunity for policy to support both environmental outcomes and farmer profitability. Second, the greenhouse gas profile of sorghum ethanol distinguishes it from other feedstocks. Scientific refinements made by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in 2019 and confirmed by peer-reviewed studies show that dry and semi-arid regions emit roughly half the nitrous oxide of wetter regions. Sorghum production in eastern New Mexico falls squarely within these drier climate zones, meaning that life cycle modeling that fails to incorporate this science.
Mr. Duff, please slow down.
Okay. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change refinements made that have been confirmed by peer-reviewed studies show that dry and semi-arid regions emit roughly half the nitrous oxide of wetter regions. Sorghum production in eastern New Mexico falls squarely within these dry climate zones, meaning life cycle modeling that fails to incorporate this science risks overstating emissions and penalizing the farmers the program should support. Third, New Mexico should not import California's indirect land use change values for sorghum ethanol. In fact, sorghum grown in New Mexico has no ties to the international marketplace. Assigning California's indirect land use change penalty to this crop would be disconnected from the agronomic and economic reality of the state. In short, sorghum is not a hypothetical feedstock. It's a crop already grown in New Mexico by New Mexico farmers under conditions that maximize water use efficiency while minimizing greenhouse gas emissions. By recognizing sorghum alongside corn in Table 5, the department can build a program that is scientifically defensible, locally grounded, and good for both the state's farmers, its climate goals, and its consumers. That concludes my brief presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duff. Namoa, Mr. Bolenberg, do you have questions of Mr. Duff?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Tucker, do you have questions?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Oxy has no questions for Mr. Duff.
All right. Mr. Wexler? I don't think he's with us. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Mr. Duff? Okay. Mr. Boutier? No. Mr. DeSalen?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Lobdell or Ms. Reno? Mr. Sorayas? Okay. Mr. Nasco? Mr. Smith, do you have questions of Mr. Duff?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Vercruz? Thank you. She said no questions. Mr. Noyes? You may have departed. Thank you. And Mr. Weatherby? Okay. And Ms. Sona?
Hello, Mr. Duff. May I proceed, Madam Hearing Officer? Nice to see you in person. You probably can't see me. I'm speaking to your face, but hello. The board is here sitting in front of me. Nice to put a face to the name. Just a few quick questions for you about sorghum ethanol. Your request for including a line for sorghum ethanol in Table 5 is including that request to have the advantages of an alternative fuel pathway at the outset of the program a more important consideration than which ILUC value is utilized to calculate that value?
Thank you for that question. I appreciate the discussions to this point. I appreciate the question. I'd say that indirect land use change, I think, is extremely important. I think I should probably get back to you on that one if that's possible. If I need to answer here, I certainly can. But if I could answer, if I could visit with industry and answer that question later, so that I can more adequately answer it, I would certainly take that opportunity. If I need to answer here, I certainly can.
No problem, Mr. Duff. I will withdraw the question. Madam Hearing Officer, that is the conclusion of my questions for Mr. Duff.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sona. Member yes.
Oh, I apologize. And for transparency for the board, NMED would like to represent that this is a matter that it is interested in engaging with the national sorghum producers to resolve through rebuttal.
Thank you. As I drive through New Mexico, I love seeing sorghum. It's so cheerful and red. Member Ely. Member Garcia.
No questions, thank you.
Member Bitzer.
I don't have any questions either.
Member Honker.
No questions.
All right. Vice Chair Trujillo.
No questions, but I would like to note that I am also interested in the answer to Mr. Duff's answer to the question.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
No questions.
All righty. Thank you very much, Mr. Duff.
Thanks.
We will move then to Mr. Smith for Rio Valley Biofuels. Mr. Smith, are you still on the platform?
I am here, Madam Hearing Officer.
All right, thank you. If you would please spell your first and last name.
J-E-D, last name S-M-I-T-H.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Officer and members of the board. My name is Jed Smith. I am the COO of Rio Valley Biofuels. We appreciate the time and the effort that the department has put into building this program to lower greenhouse gas emissions in New Mexico. The work that has gone into developing this program has been a huge undertaking for the department. And I want to thank the department for its proactiveness in working to lower harmful emissions and protect the environment for the citizens of New Mexico. I have watched your team push through the challenges that you have faced from day one of this undertaking. And I know this has been a long effort, and I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this process. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on behalf of Real Valley Biofuels. Uh-oh. My screen just went blank. I apologize, my screen just went blank.
He's trying to find another screen. Pam, did he fall off the platform?
There it is.
Oh, okay.
I apologize, I'm having technical difficulties.
That's okay. Let me offer one suggestion, Mr. Smith. Although it's lovely to see you, in the event you need to turn off your camera in order to stabilize your audio, that would be fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I really apologize. I'm not sure, but I guess that's the timing of the day. This screen went black. I don't know exactly where I was at. So
I'm sorry I didn't
Madam
hear
Hearing
what you
Officer,
said.
can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay. I'm gonna try to pick up where I left off.
thank you.
I have watched your team push through the challenges that you have faced from day one on this undertaking. I know this has been a long effort, and I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this process. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on behalf of Real Valley Biofuels. Real Valley Biofuel has been producing biodiesel since 2006, and much of our biodiesel has been sold in New Mexico markets over the past 19 years. I have been the one ultimately in charge of the biodiesel sales and have had a lot of real world experience selling millions and millions of biodiesel gallons into low carbon fuel markets and operating under low carbon programs. We have sold biodiesel into California since the beginning of the LCSF's program and have also sold biodiesel into Oregon. I have real world insight into the way these programs affect biodiesel markets. I am not an attorney, so please overlook my formalities that I might miss. I will be addressing two issues in my testimony today. The first issue is the ILUC values that are proposed in the New Mexico CTFP. The second issue is the fees that are proposed for the New Mexico CTFP. I will jump right into the issue of the ILUC values. I'm not here to argue the validity of the science behind ILUC models. I'm sure everyone in this hearing is aware of the uncertainty and guesswork that goes into ILUC calculations. In Dr. Murphy's testimony earlier in this hearing, he stated that you could give him all the technology that they have on Star Trek and an unlimited budget, and he could not build a model that could directly measure ILUC. Over the years, many aspects of ILUC modeling have been found to be inaccurate. In the early 2000s, when ILUC was first developed, a lot of assumptions were made that didn't end out occurring as the demand for renewable energy increased. ILUC is an uncertain concept and is not well captured by the models that measure it. Inaccuracies are expected since it really is impossible to create a model that accurately predicts decisions that will be made by growers around the world. A modeler would need to know what decisions are being made about what to grow and where all around the world. These are data points that are not available in many situations, and even when they are available, they are only predictions. But like I said, I am not going to debate about the models used. Instead, I'm looking at ILUC from a practical perspective. Real Valley proposes that New Mexico remove the ILUC values from New Mexico's CTFP. For New Mexico, where the program is starting out from scratch, you want to have as much crediting as possible to incentivize the fuel types that you need in the program. For the CTFP, it is detrimental and unfortunate to assign an ILUC penalty. It is self-defeating for New Mexico to incorporate ILUC values that create barriers to fuels that could be used in the program. Earlier this year, the U.S. Congress decided to eliminate the ILUC values from the 45Z carbon program. Congress recognized the barrier the ILUC penalties are creating to the goals of using all available biofuels to reduce carbon. Congress did this for multiple reasons, but one of the main reasons is that it supports farmers in this country that grow crops that are used to produce biofuels. The ILUC values incentivize production from lower CI feedstocks, and at the same time, they disadvantage biofuels from virgin oils. This causes issues in the marketplace. Because ILUC incentivizes biofuel from used cooking oil, this drives up the price of used cooking oil as a feedstock for biodiesel production. Soybean oil can and will be used to produce biodiesel, but because of the higher CI value caused by adding the ILUC penalty, parties will avoid purchasing soy biodiesel in the state with a low carbon program. Less credits will be generated per gallon. This will cause customers who purchase biofuel in New Mexico to look for biodiesel produced from used cooking oil or tallow where ILUC values are not applied. New Mexico's clean fuel program will be hurt by the application of ILUC in its calculations because biodiesel that is available to help lower the emissions in the states will instead be sold in neighboring states. If the ILUC penalties are removed, biodiesel from soybean oil will be eligible for nearly the same credits as biodiesel from UCO. And the program will attract much more available volumes to the state, helping New Mexico's program meet its aggressive goals. We believe that it would be beneficial for New Mexico's program to align with federal policy. As I mentioned before, the 45Z framework deliberately removed ILUC from the calculations and it would be reasonable for New Mexico to do the same in its program. I think it is fortunate that we have the 45Z program as a precedent that New Mexico can follow as the program is starting out, rather than needing to go back and amend the program later. In Dr. Murphy's testimony, he indicated that it was pretty much inevitable that the proposed ILEC values will need to be adjusted if they are adopted as proposed. They will need to be adjusted. As a person and a company that has sold biodiesel and biofuels in low carbon states and states without a low carbon program, I want to say that applying ILEC values is going to hurt the ability for New Mexico to meet the goals of the program. New Mexico has very aggressive goals in this program, which we like. The goals reduce carbon intensity by a minimum of 20% by 2030 and 30% by 2040. These are great goals, but New Mexico will need every available biofuel to meet them effectively, especially biodiesel and ethanol, which are drop-in fuels and can be easily used to reduce carbon without building infrastructure. In conclusion, Real Valley requests that the regulations be updated to remove the ILEC values from the CI calculation in the New Mexico Clean Fuel Transportation Fuel Program. My next I want to address the program fees. Can everybody still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. The program fees proposed in the regulation under Section 502 are higher than the low carbon programs in most other states. At Real Valley, we are concerned that these high fees are going to be another barrier to parties who would otherwise participate in New Mexico's program. I understand that New Mexico is not California and at times lacks funding for its programs. I also understand the department is looking for ways to fund the department to operate and monitor the program. But these high fees are counterproductive to the goals of the program and may discourage participants in New Mexico's program. Potential parties may decide to send their fuel to other states instead of New Mexico to avoid the high program fees. We recommend removing all fees paid to New Mexico under the program. This would be following the example set by California, which has a very successful low carbon program with no fees paid to CARB to manage the program. I want to bring to the attention of the board that all the companies participating in the program, both credit generators and deficit generators, will have internal costs associated with their management of the program within their company. Even a small company spending more than $100K annually internally staff payments to track and validate the data for these types of programs. Then each company must hire a third party annually to validate the data. The audit alone can cost anywhere from $30K to $100K annually. The CTFP program fees paid to New Mexico will be added on top of the company's internal costs of participation. This is why I believe these fees will be detrimental to the program. Even though my recommendation is to remove the fees, I want to make some statements and raise some questions about the structure of the proposed program fees. Before I discuss the more complex annual fees, I want to address the one-time registration fee. I want to understand why the deficit generators would need to pay 5 times as much as the credit generators for its one-time registration fee. Does the department anticipate more labor associated with registering a deficit generator than a credit generator? If not, it doesn't make sense to me that the fees for the deficit generator would be much higher than the fees for the credit generator. Without the deficit generators, New Mexico won't have the working program. Our recommendation is to remove the program fees, but if the fees are implemented, it seems better to have consistent fees for all parties rather than such a large difference between the fees charged to deficit generators and the credit generators fees. Next, I want to discuss the annual program fees. The annual program fee structure is complex. I believe this is similar to the annual fees under the Washington State's program. The annual fees are based on the CTFP budget, which will be developed by the department annually. This budget, if not carefully determined, could lead to unnecessarily high fees for the program participants. I'm aware that there is a public input period each year, but that may or may not help to decrease the final budget. I'm concerned that something that is out of the participants' hands could occur, causing could lead to unnecessarily high fees from the program participants. I am aware that the public input I'm concerned that something that is out of the participant hands could occur, causing less parties to participate in the program. If there is low participation, those who are participating will be unfairly penalized by the annual fee structure. If there are, for example, if there are 300 participating companies, the fees per company will be less than if there are only 50 participants. In this structure, the parties are going to be ultimately responsible for funding NMED's staff for administering the program. So it is beneficial for the department to keep the administration fees as low as possible. It is apparent that the administration of the annual program fees by NMED staff will require a significant amount of labor from the department. In my brief analysis of this section, the department will need to do at least the following steps. First, the department will develop a workload analysis. Then the budget and schedule of fees will be proposed and announced. Public input will be received and considered. Next, they will announce the final budget and fees. Then it will be necessary to calculate the fees per party based on credit and deficit generators. Invoices will be issued to all parties. The department will handle any protests of any invoices. Then the department will need to collect payments from the parties. Possibly the department will need to send out additional invoices with late fees. Since this is a government program, I am sure that there are necessary approvals and administrative costs on top of the steps listed above. If the annual CTFP fees are removed from the program, this will significantly decrease the labor needed by the department for the administration of the program. The next issue I want to bring up is the timing of the announcement of the budget each year. I may be reading this wrong because there are a few different scenarios between the initial compliance period and then the following compliance periods, but allow me to lay out an important timing issue. It is my understanding that after the initial compliance period. The compliance periods will correspond to the calendar year. Each compliance period will start January 1st and end December 31st. The regulated parties will submit their annual compliance report by April 30th for the previous year. It makes sense to me that the invoices will be sent out on May 1st after the submission of the annual reports for the prior year. But I'm concerned about the timing of the budget announcement, which will dictate the annual fees for the registered parties. The regulation says the department will develop the budget annually. It is not clear when the department will start to develop the budget, but it says the department will announce the final annual CTFP budget and propose annual fees by May 1st each year. If I'm reading this correctly, the budget announced on May 1st will be for the current year, which would have started in January. If that is the case, parties will be actively participating in the program for 4 months before they have information about what the fees will be for those transactions. This will create uncertainty for the participating parties. As a business owner, I know that companies do not want to participate in programs where there is uncertainty and unknown fees. It makes it very difficult to budget for these fees effectively in the fuel industry, where the per gallon margins are very tight. For the good of the program, I feel the removal of the annual fees would be best. If the annual fees will not be removed, it is critical for the department to establish and announce the budget and the annual fees well ahead of the compliance period that they apply to. And lastly, I want to address the pathway application fee. These fees are $5,500 for Tier 1 application and $15,000 for Tier 2 application. I understand the department will incur costs to evaluate the applications, but these fees seem unreasonably high. I recommend that these fees also be evaluated and ask the department to determine if they can be reduced to a more reasonable level. I may be wrong, but it seems from the fee structure that the department may not be expecting very many participants in the program. Possibly this assumption may be the reason the proposed fees are so high. I hope the board will consider the concerns that I have raised about the program fees. Our concern is that these fees will discourage companies from participating in the program. As we all know, the more parties that participate in the program, the better chance the program has to succeed. Rio Valley very much wants to see the program succeed. And that includes my testimony for the day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. We'll turn now to questions. I'm going to call on each of the other parties. Mr. Molenberg, do you have questions of Mr. Smith? No. Mr. Molenberg said no. Mr. Tucker, do you have questions?
Madam Hearing Officer, Oxy does not have any questions for Mr. Smith. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if Mr. Wexler is with us or Mr. Maxwell is off. Okay. Mr. Boutier.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Maxwell.
Oh, hello.
I just returned. I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Mr. DeSalen.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lobdell or Ms. Reynaud? No. Mr. Sorayas?
No questions, Madam Hearing Officer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nasco? Mr. Duff? Ms. Veracruz? We might have lost her. Okay. Oh, Mr. Noyes. No? Mr. Weatherby? No? And Ms. Sona? Sorry. Yes, so Mr. Smith, and he started at 2:16 to talk, but then he had 4 minutes of technical difficulties. So he actually went from 2:20 to 2:40.
Madam Hearing Officer, I can't hear anything.
Oh, you can't hear?
No.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry, Mr. Smith, we were conserving battery with the microphone. It was turned off.
Okay, I can
My
hear
name is
good.
Kelsey Sona. I am the attorney for the New Mexico Environment Department. While you couldn't hear me, I had asked the hearing officer a question regarding the length of the oral testimony that you presented. And I believe it was about 20-ish minutes?
It was 20 minutes.
20 minutes, okay. I'm a lawyer, I don't do math. I'd like to state an objection to the breadth of the oral testimony presented. The direct testimony filed by Mr. Smith was 2 pages long, and although topically he raised some of the same matters, the level of detail involved that he provided in his oral testimony far exceeds the scope of what that was. And so my proposal in the interest of fairness would be that NMED have an opportunity to obtain the transcript of that oral testimony and then later cross-examine Mr. Smith on anything further if we deem that necessary, maybe later next week or during the 3rd week of our hearing.
All right. Mr. Smith, will you be with us next week?
I can be, if we can nail down a time, that would be best for me for my scheduling purposes.
All right. How about this? When Ms. Sona is ready to nail down a time, I'll have her reach out to you, and perhaps the 2 of you can agree on a time.
Okay,
Happy
sounds
to
good.
do that.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Sona. Thank you, Mr. Smith. We do need an afternoon break here. It's 2:45. Let's come back at 3. Let's come back from the break, please. All right, we are back after a short break. Mr. Smith, I have one question for you. It's a spelling question. Are you still on the platform with us?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe at some point you referred to a company, UCO. Would you spell that for us?
That is a product that's abbreviation for used cooking oil, and it's UCO.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. So we are turning now to the Coalition for Clean, Affordable Energy, Mr. DeSalen.
Thanks, Luis. Is that working okay?
The sound is great. You want to go after me, so. No, I know, because you're going to go after Ms. Sona next week. Oh. Very sorry, Mr. DeSalen. We had a clarification up here. Please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Suina, Vice Chair Trujillo, members of the Environmental Improvement Board, and Madam Hearing Officer. My name is Charles DeSalen, and I'm representing the Coalition for Clean, Affordable Energy. Sometimes we're called CCAE. Now, with me today and throughout this proceeding is my co-counsel, Ms. Carol Lynch, who's sitting back there. And she's also with CCAE, and also Ms. Sarah Gerson, who's with Earth Justice, and she is participating on the platform. You've already met both of them, I think. And then our witnesses are also here today. Mr. Travis Madsen, who's also sitting in the back there, and Dr. Cheryl Laskowski, who is also on the platform. And I'd like to begin by thanking the members of the Environmental Improvement Board for your work on this proposed rule. This is a very important rule, yet it's very complex, as I think you're gathering. We have a huge record, which is getting bigger even as I speak. We have a lot of witnesses and a lot of parties. I also want to thank the New Mexico Environment Department for the tremendous amount of work that they have devoted to the crafting and development of the proposed rule. There have been many hours of consultation with stakeholders and research and drafting, and their work has got us to where we are today. The board now has before it a very good rule with some changes that we are recommending that this board can adopt expeditiously, and that will greatly reduce emissions of greenhouse gases. Our exhibit number 4, CCAE Exhibit 4, sets forth our proposed revisions that would improve the rule and ensure that the rule complies with the requirements of the statute. Now, we're here today, as you know, because in 2024, the New Mexico legislature passed and Governor Lujan Grisham signed an amendment to the Environmental Improvement Act. And that amendment tasks this board with promulgating rules to establish a clean transportation fuel standard program here in New Mexico. The program must reduce the carbon intensity of transportation fuels used in the state by at least 20% by 2030 and at least 30% by 2040. And I want to pause here for a second just to emphasize a point in those statutory goals. The statute says at least 20% by 2030 and at least 30% by 2040. So there is there is not a ceiling here. It's a floor, and the board should keep that in mind in this proceeding and in future proceedings to change or address this rule. Now, this legislation, which we call the Clean Transportation Fuel Statute, is one important facet of New Mexico's efforts to address the global climate crisis. Climate change is hitting New Mexico especially hard. New Mexicans are experiencing exceedingly hot weather, severe long-term drought, deadly wildfires, and massive floods. These effects will only get worse unless we act, and act quickly and act collectively. Now, it's particularly prescient of our legislature and our governor to enact clean transportation standards. Bold and innovative state climate policies and actions are absolutely essential if we are to get the climate change problem under control. But the state action becomes increasingly important, critically important, when you consider that the federal government is abandoning its climate leadership role. The efforts to withdraw the California preemption waiver for motor vehicle emission standards and the efforts to reverse the EPA endangerment finding are just two prominent examples of the federal government's abandonment of this issue. Okay, next I want to summarize what we see as the major issues in this proceeding. They're not the only ones, but they're the major ones. First of all is the issue of measuring carbon intensity, and particularly measuring the carbon intensity of biofuels. The statute requires a reduction in carbon intensity of transportation fuels, but how do you measure carbon intensity? We've already heard quite a bit of testimony about that, and I expect we will hear quite a bit more. Measuring carbon intensity of any fuel is a very complex process. It's based on a lot of underlying assumptions, and as a consequence, there's a fair amount of inherent uncertainty. And this is particularly true for the case of biofuels. Witnesses for the industry are asking you to use the industry's preferred methods to assign carbon intensity to biofuels. Now, these methods are biased in the industry's favor, and they're flawed. And we will be showing that later in our rebuttal case. Now, the Environment Department's proposed methodology is more conservative and much better justified than the industry methodology. But there's still a tendency, I think, to treat biofuels as better for the climate and better for the environment than they really are. The second big issue is the concept known as book and claim accounting. The Clean Transportation Fuel Statute requires us to reduce the carbon intensity of transportation fuels. But that requirement does not apply to any fuel. It applies only to fuels that are used in the state. And that means here in New Mexico. But through the accounting artifice of book and claim, the proposed rule would allow a supplier to obtain credit in New Mexico under this program for clean fuels that are produced and sold and consumed out of the state of New Mexico. We think that this is wrong and that it does not meet the requirements of the statute. Now, we recognize that burning clean fuels will benefit the climate no matter where the burning takes place, okay? The climate crisis is global. But using clean fuels here in New Mexico will also reduce emissions of other harmful air pollutants that have a local effect and in effect a harmful effect on human health. and selling clean fuels here in New Mexico will help to stimulate our economy. Furthermore, because credits under book and claim accounting, the credits are generated or can be generated outside of the state, it's much more difficult for the Environment Department to monitor how those credits are generated. So CCAE recommends that the board drop the provisions allowing for book and claim. The third major issue is the use of energy economy ratios, which are sometimes called EERs. Now, this is a very important concept which is in the rule. The energy economy ratios measure how efficiently a transportation fuel actually physically moves a vehicle, and that's in comparison to an established benchmark. Now, the American Petroleum Institute and the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association oppose energy economy ratios as contrary to the principle of technology neutrality. But that's wrong. Energy economy ratios are completely consistent with technology neutrality. And that brings us to the fourth major issue, and that is the question of technology neutrality, which is a requirement in the statute. The statute requires technology neutrality, but what that means is that the board must give fair treatment to fuels of a similar composition. It does not require, I repeat, it does not require the board to ignore real differences among different technologies, such as the much greater efficiency of electric vehicles compared to internal combustion vehicles. The fifth major issue is the fuel supply equipment credit, which is also an important feature of the proposed rule. And those credits can help to finance the development of charging infrastructure and spur the transition to electric vehicles. The legislature expressly gave this board the authority to adopt additional crediting opportunities, such as the fuel supply equipment credits. And this board can maximize the benefits of those credits by adopting our recommendations, which Dr. Laskowski will explain. Finally, there's one other issue that I want to mention, and that is enforcement. The proposed rule has a lengthy and very complex enforcement provision. That's in 604, I think, of the rule. Now, enforcement is a very important concept. It's essential to the effective implementation of this rule. But enforcement should be simple and straightforward, as it is in the other programs that the Environment Department implements. So we urge the board to adopt a shorter, simpler, more streamlined enforcement provision. Now, I just want to mention our witnesses. As I mentioned, we have two witnesses, Mr. Travis Madsen and Dr. Cheryl Laskowski, and they will provide the board with deep expertise based on many years of experience in the development, refinement, and the implementation of clean transportation fuel programs, such as the one that's currently before the board. Our first expert witness will be Travis Madsen, and Mr. Madsen heads the Clean Transportation Program at the Southwestern Energy Efficiency Project. And his direct testimony is CCAE Exhibit 1. Now, Mr. Madsen will begin by describing the significant consequences that New Mexicans are facing as a result of climate change, which is caused in large part from emissions from transportation. Mr. Madsen next will explain the importance of the energy economy ratios, and he will describe CCAE's recommendation that the board not only retain the energy economy ratios in the rule, but increase the ratio for the electricity used in electric vehicles and plug-in hybrid vehicles from 3.4 as is proposed in the rule to 4.4. And this increase will more accurately account for the climate benefits of electric vehicles and plug-in hybrid vehicles. Mr. Madsen will also explain another CCAE recommendation, which would allow municipalities and transit authorities to generate more credits by increasing ridership in public transportation. Then number 4, Mr. Madsen will offer several solutions to address the problem of the potential problem of a future imbalance in the credit market. CCAE's recommendation would allow the department to adjust not only for a potential undersupply of credits in the market, which we actually think is quite unlikely, but also to adjust for the potential for an oversupply of credits in the market. Finally, Mr. Madsen will highlight the need to streamline and simplify the enforcement provisions. Next, CCAE will call our second witness, Dr. Cheryl Laskowski. Dr. Laskowski is the former manager of the California Low Carbon Fuel Standards Program. Dr. Laskowski will explain 4 of our recommendations to the board, and her written direct testimony is CCAE Exhibit 9. Dr. Laskowski will explain why the board should drop the provisions for so-called book and claim accounting. This is the accounting artifice that would allow for unlawfully would allow for fuel suppliers, excuse me, to obtain credits for clean fuels that are not sold, excuse me, not sold or used in the state of New Mexico. Not only would these credits or these provisions, which are very hard to monitor, as I indicated, deprive New Mexico of the rule's health and economic benefits, but they would also create a problem for potential litigation over this rule. Dr. Laskowski will also explain our recommended solution to the inherent uncertainty in measuring the carbon intensity of biofuels. We would assume in the rule that, sort of build into the rule, that all lipid-based feedstocks drive land use change to the same extent as palm oil. So effectively, palm oil would serve as a very practical but conservative surrogate for other lipid-based feedstock oils. Then she will also, Dr. Laskowski will also explain the concept of avoided methane crediting, which is allowed in the proposed rule. Avoided methane crediting would violate the statute's technology neutrality provision. It would provide special subsidies for methane generated from livestock wastes. CCAE recommends that the avoided methane crediting be dropped from the proposed rule. And finally, number 4, Dr. Laskowski will also explain CCA's recommendation that the rule reserve a limited pool of credits that would be for fuel supply equipment credits. And these credits would be available to developers to build electric vehicle infrastructure, particularly charging stations in New Mexico. And this infrastructure is, of course, necessary to meet New Mexico's electric vehicle standards, which this board adopted in 2023. Remember, Advanced Clean Cars 2 and Clean Trucks. Then in closing, I'd like to stress the unique opportunity that the board has here in adopting a rule that is strong yet defensible. And the board can, by adopting this rule with some changes, exercise leadership that is badly needed at this point in time, and adopt a rule that will reduce greenhouse gases and also will deliver public health benefits to New Mexico and economic benefits to New Mexico. Members of the Environmental Improvement Board, Madam Hearing Officer, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeSalen.
And Ms. Lynch will present our first witness.
Thank you. Mr. Madsen, would you please state and spell your first and last name?
My name is Travis Madsen, Travis Madsen.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Lynch.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Madsen. Thank you for being here with us today. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Travis Madsen, Travis Madsen.
Thank you. What is your current position with SWEEP?
I run the transportation program at the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, which is a nonprofit organization working in the U.S. Southwest to reduce pollution and save money.
Thank you. And in that current position, what are the responsibilities that you have with SWEEP?
I oversee all of the work that we do to increase the efficiency of the transportation system in 6 states, including New Mexico. The work encompasses electric vehicles, public transit, and location-efficient land use.
Okay. Could you explain your qualifications to provide technical testimony in this proceeding?
Sure. I have 25 years of experience working for public interest nonprofit organizations like SWEEP, and I've spent most of my career working on energy and climate policy, clean transportation policy. I work with local governments, utilities. I've testified as an expert witness at utility regulatory commissions around the region on utility transportation electrification plans. I was a member of the technical advisory committee that the Environment Department assembled to talk about this rule, and was engaged in this process from the time the first bill covering this topic was introduced in the New Mexico legislature. And I've thought a lot about how to design market-based climate policies like the Clean Transportation Fuel Standard.
Great. I'd like to refer you to CCAE Exhibit 3.
Okay,
Can you identify this exhibit?
that's my resume.
Is it accurate and up to date?
It is.
I now refer you to CCAE Exhibit 1.
Okay,
Can you identify it?
that's my written testimony.
Did you prepare it?
I did.
Do you have any changes to make to it today?
I do not.
Have you prepared a PowerPoint presentation to summarize your testimony for the board?
I have. And I'm hoping that I can get some assistance to display it on the screen. Should I do it on my computer? I should have set this up in advance. Apologies. Apologies, Madam Hearing Officer.
Can everyone hear Mr. Madsen?
Yes.
Those online can hear? Okay.
So if you'll sign in. Apologies for the delay. I should have thought this through before I sat up here.
And then NMED. Just search that and we'll. Okay, cool.
Looks like I'll need to set up screen sharing, which I don't know how to do.
No worries.
I'm also wondering if we need to change the layout at all so that Mr. Madsen can share his screen.
Lisa's helping him.
Okay.
While the presentation's loading, allow me to thank you all for your patience. Madam Hearing Officer, members of the board, Chair Sweeney, thank you all for your service in this hearing. I'd also like to thank the New Mexico Environment Department for all of the work they've done to assemble stakeholders, collect feedback, and put together this very important rule. I'd also like to thank the legislature and Governor Lujan Grisham for their leadership in adopting this policy in the first place. To summarize what I'm going to talk to you about today, I'm going to explain how climate change threatens all New Mexicans. I'm going to talk about how achieving our climate goals will require economy-wide decarbonization in New Mexico and more broadly. I'll talk about the role that the New Mexico Clean Transportation Fuel Standard can play in that process, and I'll describe the recommendations from my section of the testimony about how to ensure that the Clean Transportation Fuel Standard is as effective as possible in reducing emissions and delivering local benefits in New Mexico. Specifically, I'm going to talk about 6 recommendations. One is to make sure that the final rule includes robust energy economy ratios, and I'll explain each of these in detail as we go forward. 2 would be to add an opportunity for public transit agencies and other shared transportation services to earn credit under the program. 3 would be to reorient the deferral mechanism toward protecting both consumers and the climate. 4, enable the department to take corrective action without necessarily having to come back to the board in the event that a credit oversupply emerges. 5, to set stronger targets for the program. And 6, to streamline enforcement. So first off, I want to remind the board about why this conversation is important. That's climate change. The Earth's temperature is warming. New Mexico is warming too. Average temperatures here in New Mexico have increased 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit since 1970. That has driven increasingly extreme weather that poses serious risks to our health and to our society, including drought, wildfires, floods, and associated economic risks. The chief causes of this change are human emissions of carbon dioxide pollution, as well as methane pollution. The most important thing to remember is that the more climate changing pollution humanity emits, the worse these impacts get. And vice versa, the faster that we're able to reduce emissions, the smaller the anticipated impacts will be. So it's important for us to do as much as possible, as fast as possible, to reduce the pollution that is causing our climate to warm. To achieve New Mexico's climate goals and our international climate commitments, we must decarbonize our economy, including transportation, and do so no later than the middle of this century. There's 3 main approaches in the transportation sector that the state must take as far as possible. Those are outlined in the U.S. National Blueprint for Transportation Decarbonization in great detail. If you haven't read it, I recommend it. First strategy is to design efficient communities so people have to drive less to live their lives. Second, to shift to more efficient vehicles and modes of travel. And third, to transition to zero emission vehicles and fuels. The rule we're here to talk about today is most applicable towards that third strategy to transition to zero emission vehicles and fuels, but it can also help drive improvements in efficiency. There's 2 points I want to emphasize here. The first one is when it comes to our climate goals, 2050 is less than 25 years from now. I'm almost about to turn 50, and I can remember clearly when I was 25. It doesn't seem like, or when I was 25, doesn't seem that long ago. 2050 is not that far off, and we still have a lot of work to do. Second, what really matters in the context of this standard is reductions in the absolute amount of global warming pollution. That's why deficits and credits in the proposed standard are measured in units of metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. The standard is based on carbon intensity of fuels, but its aim is to reduce overall emissions, since that's what we need to do to protect our climate. The Clean Transportation Fuel Standard can help with this process. It will build on the forward-thinking clean transportation policy environment that New Mexico has built up in recent years, including the New Mexico vehicle emission standards and state electric vehicle tax credits.
Keep it slow, Mr. Madsen.
Understood. That effort is working. There's now more than 20,000 electric vehicles registered in New Mexico from more than 50 different manufacturers. There's features of the proposed rule that I appreciate a lot. In particular, it requires suppliers of polluting fuels to incentivize cleaner technologies. It covers most transportation uses of gasoline and diesel. It includes a variety of options for credit generation, including support for zero emission technologies, which as I mentioned before, is the way we get to our climate goals. And a little more detail there, I think in particular, the requirements in the rule for vehicle manufacturers and utilities to reinvest the revenue that they earn from residential EV charging back into making electric vehicles more accessible and affordable for New Mexicans will make a real difference. And that's especially true now that Congress has repealed federal EV tax credits. And this part of the rule really lines up well with New Mexico's climate ambitions. The rule also properly accounts for energy efficiency differences between different drivetrains through the energy economy ratio concept. It'll synergize with complementary policies, and I think in particular the vehicle emission standards. And the participant fees, I think, are appropriate and will ensure the program can keep operating regardless of the budget condition in the general fund for the state. On top of that, CCAE is proposing some recommendations that we believe would make the standard even more effective at reducing pollution and concentrate more benefits within the state of New Mexico. So I'm going to talk a little bit about each one of our recommendations here. So first is to include robust energy economy ratios in the rule. These are already in the rule. Preserving them will help maximize the affordability of the program, since promoting efficiency is one of the best ways to help New Mexicans save money on transportation. This board adopted the New Mexico motor vehicle emission standards 2 years ago. And if you remember from that proceeding, the standards, which promote accelerated deployment of zero emission vehicles, including electric ones, are anticipated to deliver more than $30 billion in benefits by mid-century, most of which is savings on fuel and maintenance for drivers. One of the main reasons for that is the fact that electric vehicles are more efficient than combustion drivetrains. And the slide here shows from federal fuel economy data, a typical combustion passenger car, about 80% of the energy in the fuel ends up wasted. Most of it is heat. Whereas in an electric vehicle, on the order of 89, 90% of the energy and the electricity goes towards driving the wheels. So it's important to ensure that these fuels are getting appropriate credit for their actual value as tools to reduce pollution. Covering the full life cycle of the fuel from production through use or from wells to wheels, as I heard the department describe it. So it's critical that this remains a part of the rule. Beyond that, CCAE is recommending that the board update the energy economy ratio for passenger electric vehicles. The proposal has that value at 3.4. More recent information gives a value of 4.4. I've attached a supporting study from the National Renewable Energy Lab documenting that number. to my testimony as CCA Exhibit 6. The next recommendation is to reward transit services for the value that they provide as an emissions reduction tool by being able to move more people with less energy than single occupancy vehicles. So that has an emissions reduction value, and we think that value should be recognized in the standard as it's recognized in New Mexico's climate action planning. So specifically, we're recommending the board enable transit services and school districts to earn clean fuel credits that are based on the emissions reduction value of their service. That would provide resources to these agencies to increase ridership as well as an incentive to do so. In my testimony, I provide a proposed markup to the rule that would accomplish the same, including a methodology for calculating credits that would be entirely fungible with any other credit in the program. By adding this additional credit opportunity, the board would expand the ways that New Mexicans can benefit from this standard while making it more aligned with the state's climate strategy. I believe the board has the authority to do this under the plain language of the statute, which authorizes additional credit generation opportunities from activities and projects that support the reduction or removal. Sorry about that. Credit opportunities from activities and projects that support the reduction or removal of greenhouse gas emissions associated with transportation in the state. The next recommendation is to reorient the deferral section toward both protecting consumers and the climate. So what I'm talking about here is the deferral section of the rule where the department has the authority to suspend the standard either by suspending deficit generation or by holding the requirement for reducing carbon intensity flat instead of allowing it to increase. The idea behind that is to protect consumers in the event of an emergency or a shortage of credits. I'm concerned that as drafted, that part of the rule would increase market uncertainty, even if it's never used, because participants in the program might not have enough certainty to know if the program was going to function as they're anticipating it. Maybe next year it could be suspended, and that uncertainty, I think, would reduce the incentive of clean fuel providers to invest in New Mexico. And if the department actually did suspend the rule, that would increase emissions from the transportation sector. So instead, CCAE is proposing to reorient this section in two ways. One, to just apply the credit clearance market cost cap to all transactions, just to make it clear that that is the cost cap for the program in all circumstances. And then second would be to allow the department to loan advance credits borrowed from future anticipated EV charging from electric utilities to address any immediate credit shortage, to ensure that there would be liquidity in the market and that the standard could continue functioning without interruption, without having to resort to suspending it. And then those credits would be paid back over time, a lot like a loan. Next, we're recommending that the department be enabled to correct credit oversupply. So if you look at the rule, I see an imbalance in it. It's got language in there in the deferral mechanism that allows the department to take action if there's an emergency or if there's a credit shortage, but there's no corresponding mechanism in the standard to deal with the situation where maybe there's too many credits. Maybe the market gets flooded with credits, and then the price of those credits goes down, and then that reduces the incentive of clean transportation fuel providers to participate in the market. So based on my review of the modeling that the department provided last spring, I think it's very possible that the standard could end up with many more credits than deficits. To enable the department to deal with that situation without having to come back to the board for a rule update, we're proposing a new mechanism within the rule that would trigger when evidence of a credit oversupply emerged. And that would require the department to tighten up some of the accounting rules around credit generation, and then to consider whether it would be appropriate to strengthen the carbon intensity reduction target for the next year and future years. I understand the department can deal with this by writing an update to the rule and coming back to the board. But I'm concerned that that process might be time consuming and slow. And as we're all, I think, aware of here today, it's a lot of work to do that. And I think it would be more effective to enable the department to make some of those corrections themselves and perhaps reduce the frequency at which we'll need to come back here and talk about an update to the rule. Fifth, CCAE is recommending that we strengthen the standard. So on the screen here, I've put a chart from my testimony that shows in red the standard as it's proposed, a 20% reduction in carbon intensity of fuels by 2030, and excuse me, a 30% reduction by 2040. The dotted green line, just for comparison purposes, is what it would look like if you were going to go linearly from 2030 to net zero in 2050, which is New Mexico's ultimate climate target, as we've discussed earlier in the hearing. So the gap between that green line and the red line is the additional work that we're going to have to do. Again, I'm aware that the board could come back and change the targets to a stronger value at a future time. But I'm concerned that, you know, leaving the targets where they are could send an insufficiently strong signal to the market and result in some of the players maybe making investments in technologies that are ultimately going to become stranded assets. And CCA feels like it would be more effective to send a stronger signal now. And we're proposing that the board consider setting the 2040 carbon intensity target at 50%, which is a little bit less than that linear trajectory shown there in the green line. And again, we're recommending this in the instance that the board accepts some of CCA's other recommendations to tighten up credit accounting, as Ms. Liskowski will describe, since that's what would make a stronger target actually more effective. Last, we're recommending that the board consider streamlining the enforcement provisions. The intent of the proposed amendment language we've supplied is to free the department's hand to reduce the number of steps that they would have to go through in the event of a non-compliant party, and get to the point faster, allow the department to do what it takes to ensure that parties will comply with the standard. And we're offering these amendments in the spirit of delivering a more effective rule. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation. And again, thank you, members of the board. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, and thank you to all the parties.
Thank you, Mr. Manson.
Thank you for that presentation. At this time, CCAE moves to enter exhibits 1 through 8 into the record.
I'll pause for a moment in the event there are objections. CCAE exhibits 1 through 8. Don't hear any. They're admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, I will hand over direct testimony to my colleague, Sarah Gerson.
Thank you. Ms. Gerson, I think you're on the platform.
I am. Good afternoon. Do we need to take a beat to set up Dr. Liskowski and her? Oh, I see. It's right there. Excellent. Then does Dr. Liskowski need to be sworn in?
Yes, I do need to swear her in.
All right.
Is she in the room here?
She's also on the platform.
Oh, on the platform. All right. Dr. Liskowski, would you please spell your first and last name?
Hearing examiner Orth, I believe.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
There we go. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. My name is Cheryl Laskowski, CHERYL LASKOWSKI.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Laskowski.
Hi.
To begin, can you start by describing your current employment?
Yes, I run my own consulting firm. It is called Cheryl Laskowski Consulting.
And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
I am here for the Coalition for Clean, Affordable Energy.
Did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
And is that CCAE Exhibit 9?
It is.
Is that testimony accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Did you also submit your resume as CCAE Exhibit 10?
Yes, I do.
Is that resume accurate and up to date?
Yes.
I will not ask you to tell me about your training and experience dating back to high school, but instead, can you please describe your most relevant professional experience for the purposes of this docket?
Of course, happy to go back if needed, but my most relevant experience is really when I managed the California CTFP equivalent. It's called the Low Carbon Fuel Standard, and I managed that program for 3 years. My team and I processed fuel pathway and project applications, enforced rules, troubleshot regulatory ambiguity, and watched the low carbon fuels market evolve in real time. I spent hundreds of hours with stakeholders on various issues. I know what it's like to implement a complex program and the hurdles that the department will face.
And did you prepare a presentation that summarizes your testimony?
I do, and I think it's showing on the screen, but I'm not certain.
I can confirm that I can see the landing page. So I think we're ready to go. And if we could dive in together, please start by telling me the purpose of your testimony.
Yes, my purpose for being here is pretty straightforward. I would like to help the board finalize a clean fuel program that delivers real benefits on climate, air quality, and economics to New Mexico.
And I think next slide. What are the benefits of a well-crafted...
Hold on, Dr. Laskowski. Ms. Sona?
Madam Hearing Officer, is there a way for Dr. Lakowski to make it bigger? It's really small. Oh, that's perfect.
Great.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can't see what you guys can see, so I appreciate that.
Thank you for helping make that more visible. And now, could you tell us about the key benefits of a well-crafted clean fuels program?
Yes, designed and implemented in the right way, a clean fuel program has a lot of benefits. Like I said on the previous slide, it can reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve air quality. It can attract investment and keep dollars circulating in the state. It can also help advance related policies like the New Mexico Motor Vehicle Emission Standard that the board adopted 2 years ago. And these programs are politically robust. So despite us all being here and the length of the hearing and a lot of discussion on the implementation of this program, programs like this have broad support in a number of states and do not require federal approval.
And you told us a bit about your experience in California, but what are the most important lessons from that experience for regulators in New Mexico?
Yeah, so from my experience in implementing the California program, the single best way to ensure the smooth implementation is to set clear, enforceable rules from the very beginning. Vagueness creates problems. Participants will inevitably test the boundaries of any program, and even well-intentioned ambiguity can lead to lobbying, disputes, and uneven implementation. So every ambiguity consumes staff time. Correcting and clarifying rules later is really resource intensive and undermines confidence in the program. Uneven implementation, which is never the intention of staff, is quickly noticed by stakeholders. And then it puts management in difficult situations to resolve any inconsistencies. Once there are any loopholes identified, closing them is extremely difficult. Stakeholders talk to each other. You have to put out guidance documents. So other programs, they've tried to tighten rules later or clarify things later, and that faces significant pushback from stakeholders. So the bottom line is clarity on the outset benefits everyone, from staff to stakeholders. And just aside from that, maintaining public support means being able to clearly demonstrate the benefits to your residents from this program. And that has been demonstrated recently in the California program, where there was a lot of advocacy in the program, and just being able to show those benefits in state is really helpful.
Thank you for those lessons learned. Now, to apply those general lessons to the proposed rule, what specific recommendations do you make in your testimony?
Yes, so in addition to Mr. Madsen's recommendations, I'm here today to provide 4 recommendations. And as I talk about it, I'm going to reference some of my experience in California, knowing there are differences in approaches and context and politics and all of that, but recognizing that California has had a program in place for 15 years. So my first recommendation is to limit the use of feedstocks that deliver uncertain environmental benefits. The second is to require that these low carbon fuels actually be used in New Mexico. Third, to remove the preferential crediting mechanism called avoided methane crediting. And fourth, to apply infrastructure crediting, or the fuel supply equipment crediting, to the fuels where the additional support is actually needed.
Thank you, Dr. Laskowski. I am hoping to dig deeper into each of these recommendations. So to start, please explain your recommendation to limit the use of lipid feedstocks.
Yeah, and I'll just say thank you for everyone's patience. I have a technical presentation. I know we're at the end of the day, at the end of the week, so I'll try to make this as easy to understand as possible. But my first recommendation is the lengthiest, so bear with me on this one.
Please keep it slow. Please keep it slow.
Thank you so much. All right, so my first recommendation is to adapt the rule to acknowledge the high risk of environmental harms from the rapid growth of biofuel feedstock demand. Feedstock is the term for the raw material used to make fuels. For biofuels, this can be crops like corn or soybeans, or even waste products like used cooking oil. As you might guess, using a waste product is generally better than creating a new product like growing a crop. But the challenge is that there's only so much waste product. And as the biofuel demand has grown exponentially over the past few years, producers are increasingly turning to crop feedstocks. And this is where the risk comes in. So Dr. Murphy earlier talked about an example, and I'll too talk about an example to provide a little bit of context. So where there's more demand for soybean oil to produce renewable diesel, for example, farmers may switch to more soy production on their land. Whatever was grown there previously now has to come from somewhere else. That somewhere else can include clearing land like forests or grasslands. Now, that land conversion itself releases a large amount of carbon, either from the soil being disturbed or from the trees and plants that are cleared. That increase in carbon emissions is real and must be included in a life cycle accounting of the fuel that's being used ultimately. Because of this domino effect where the land change is a result of increased biofuel demand but is happening in a different location, we call this an indirect phenomenon. So, or indirect land use change, or ILUC in this case. So a lot of terms there. ILUC, or indirect land use change, is what I'll be referring to. The scientific community is clear that indirect land use change is real. California's program included indirect land use change estimates from the very onset of their program when biofuel volumes were very low. The only uncertainty in indirect land use change is the scale of impact. And because these effects are indirect, we cannot measure them directly. So like a lot of complex things we want to understand better, we use models. And every model has different assumptions, and no single model can be said to have the right answer. So lucky for us, the US EPA recently conducted a study of indirect land use change across a number of these models that are available. That study is CCAE Exhibit 11. The EPA in that study compared 5 different models of ILUC for biodiesel and found impacts ranging from 10 to 280 grams of carbon dioxide equivalent per megajoule. And that unit is the same unit we use to give a carbon intensity score. So for comparison, the total carbon intensity for fossil diesel in the proposed rule is 95. So that 95 is in the same units as the 10 to 280 that I'm talking about here. So you might be thinking that's a very high range, and you're right. The models use very different assumptions and that affect those differences. But the key point here is that these impacts are real, and the responsible approach is to take a conservative approach to protect the environment, protect the integrity of this program, and what benefits that New Mexico is paying for in this program. The proposal already uses the same principle in other areas. So for example, when a fuel producer applies for a new pathway, they can use a temporary carbon intensity value until staff complete their review. That temporary carbon intensity value is conservative, meaning it's likely higher than the site-specific score or that pathway-specific value that the applicant is seeking. This approach maintains the integrity of the program and does not overcredit the fuel in the absence of better data. We're asking for a similar approach to certain crop-based fuels. Because this is a really complex issue, we're recommending as an expeditious approach that the board apply the ILUC value already in the proposal for palm oil and apply that to all of the crop-based feedstocks for diesel alternatives. And to direct the department to further investigate all crop and waste feedstocks. So the next question might be, why palm? Well, vegetable oils are a global commodity and largely interchangeable. And so soy, canola, palm, largely interchangeable in the vegetable oil market. So when the demand for vegetable oil increases, new supply tends to be whatever the cheapest or easiest thing is. It's also termed the marginal product. And for vegetable oils, that marginal product is palm. So it serves as a good proxy for the market overall. So I want to emphasize that this approach does not ban any fuel. It simply ensures that the program more accurately accounts for the real carbon emissions from this biofuel feedstock demand.
Thank you, Dr. Laskowski. I was having issues that might have been on my end, but just to be safe, would you try to move your mic as close to your mouth as possible?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Is that helpful?
Yeah. And next, I see you have information about your second recommendation up on the slide. Can you please explain your recommendation to only credit fuels that are delivered to New Mexico?
Yes, my second recommendation is an opportunity for the board to simplify the program and ensure that the benefits stay in state to the extent that they are possible to stay in state. This is achievable by removing the department's proposal to allow extensive use of accounting methods that do not provide in-state benefits. Book and claim accounting lets low carbon fuels that are used outside of New Mexico to still earn credits in the program. So the solution is for the board to ensure that all fuels credited are physically delivered and used in New Mexico. This does not mean that all fuels need to be produced in New Mexico, but any credited fuel needs to be used here. So why this recommendation? In-state delivery can reduce New Mexico's greenhouse gas emissions. Book and claim cannot. It can reduce global emissions, but it wouldn't serve New Mexico's in-state GHG emission reduction goals. In-state delivery can improve New Mexico's air quality. Book and claim fuels cannot. An in-state delivery can support New Mexico's economy, and book and claim does not. New Mexico Environment Department's own modeling does not include book and claim, yet they show that their benchmarks are achievable. In fact, because of the extensive allowance for this accounting approach, book and claim has the potential to lead to significantly more credits than modeled. Additionally, book and claim is difficult to track and to verify, which can lead to double counting unintendedly. There's no universal system for tracking gas or liquid fuels, meaning it's very difficult to make sure that the same environmental attributes are not being claimed in other programs. So there's no public database of book and claim biomethane that can be checked against by third-party verifiers, say for fuel or these attributes that are used in California. So the policy is not needed to meet the benchmarks and adds unnecessary complexity to an already complex program.
And what is your recommendation for dealing with that issue?
So it is to remove the book and claim provisions, and then if that's done, if the fuel is not actually used in the state, then New Mexicans would not be breathing cleaner air. It would still be combusting dirty fossil fuels in the state. It would have a harder time meeting its own GHG reduction goals, but it would be paying for other states or countries to develop projects and use cleaner fuels elsewhere.
Thank you, Dr. Laskowski. Now, can you please explain your recommendation to eliminate avoided methane crediting?
Yes. My third recommendation is another simplification for program implementation, which is to treat methane from all biomethane sources according to the same rules. The concept behind a clean fuel program is to reward the displacement of dirty fuel with cleaner fuel. And that's how the biofuels, hydrogen, electricity, and biomethane from wastewater treatment and landfill projects is proposed for the program. Crediting of avoided methane goes further. For manure capture projects, the program would assume that methane would otherwise be released into the atmosphere and gives extra credits for avoiding these supposed emissions. This is in addition to the displacement of the transportation fuel. Landfills and wastewater treatment plants do not get that extra credit because they're already required to capture and destroy their own waste product. So the result is that dairy projects get this double benefit. Avoided methane crediting is a concept from California's program and was not included until 2017. It was through a legislative requirement that avoided methane crediting was added to that program in California. The legislature in California added it in response to a specific issue, which was high methane emissions from manure management practices. New Mexico's legislature did not include such a directive, and it's unnecessary in New Mexico. So these credits would largely be awarded to out-of-state projects, meaning significant dollars leaving the state. Additionally, this is not tech neutral as it singles out and favors one biomethane production source at the expense of the energy from landfill and wastewater treatment plants. Finally, the department's approach to providing the credits is not it's not very clear. So in other programs, there are specific requirements for how this crediting is awarded, including eligibility requirements, baseline assumptions, and the length of time these extra credits are awarded. In other programs, these extra credits are not awarded indefinitely, but there's no clarity from the proposal that I saw that would provide such limits. Well, I understand that the temporary CI values that New Mexico modeled are not as extreme as in other states. There's nothing limiting those highly negative values for specific pathways or on a case-by-case basis, which staff have referenced. Additionally, I want to note that these pathways are not just for CNG vehicles. There are not a lot of CNG vehicles in the state, but book and claim biomethane could be used as an input into other pathways, such as for hydrogen or renewable diesel production. And so there's a risk of a lot of credits coming from this policy. And again, because it would mostly be for out-of-state projects, the state would not get the direct GHG emissions benefits in their state's inventory or the economic benefits of these types of projects. So again, I want to emphasize that the recommendation does not exclude dairy projects. Rather, it treats all biomethane even-handedly.
Thank you, Dr. Laskowski. Finally, please tell us more about your recommendation for the program to focus its fueling supply equipment credit on zero emissions infrastructure.
Thank you. My fourth recommendation is to limit the infrastructure credits or fuel supply equipment credits to zero emission vehicle infrastructure. The provision allows credits to be generated for equipment that can deliver fuel needed in the early days of new fuel deployment. So it allows where the fuel is not actively being dispensed, that equipment to still get some amount of credits that incentivizes putting these stations, these new infrastructures into New Mexico. For liquid fuels, crediting based on capacity risks runaway subsidies, as many fueling equipment types have high dispensing capacity, which could consume the limited credits for this provision. Additionally, certain infrastructure is very well established, while there's a real barrier in New Mexico for zero emission infrastructure. Limiting credits to the zero emission vehicle fueling ensures that incentives go to where they are needed.
And Dr. Laskowski, you might have heard Mr. DeSalen reference electric vehicle charging in his opening statements. Here you discuss zero emission vehicle infrastructure. Can you just take a minute to explain if this is a technology neutral approach and what it means to be zero emission?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So zero emission is a performance standard. So any fuel or fuel dispensing equipment that supplies a zero emission fuel would be still eligible under our recommendation. So this would apply to battery electricity, hydrogen, or any other fuel that can meet this performance standard. So it is definitely technology neutral. It's just with a performance standard applied to it.
Thank you. And do you have any, now that we've walked through your 4 major recommendations, do you have any final thoughts you'd like to share with the board?
Yes, I do. So I want to reiterate Mr. DeSalins and Mr. DeSalin and Mr. Madsen's appreciation for the staff time in developing this program, and the board and other stakeholders' time for joining in this effort. It is not an easy one. I know that from firsthand experience, and I know you guys have all spent a lot more time than me on this, and really appreciate the work that's gone into this. So I'll just end by saying I'll reemphasize that starting with a very strong and clear program that achieves in-state benefits pays dividends later in program implementation and for ongoing public support. So I look forward to continuing to work with the board, the department, and others on finalizing the program and answering questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes the direct examination of Dr. Laskowski.
Thank you, Ms. Gerson and Dr. Laskowski. Let's see, Mr. Mullenberg, do you have questions?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Would you mind if we went off the record to talk a little bit about where we're at in the hearing and the schedule going forward? We've been conferring about that and have some suggestions.
All righty, certainly. Let's go off the record. No, I don't. Do we need to mute the room? I wouldn't think so.
I don't think so.
No.
Do you want to go first or you want me to?
So I think we probably have maybe 2 procedural pieces for admitting exhibits. And then the parties have conferred and discussed, and we think this is a good natural pause point before moving into cross-examination. We've discussed what next week looks like, and we think we're moving in a good direction, and we all deserve to have a little more of our Friday back and start our weekend maybe 45 minutes early. And so we're okay once we finish those pieces to pause for the day. And then Mr. Mullenberg has some information about the way the witnesses and structure might work for next week. Tomorrow.
Yes, thank you, Council. So today moved pretty quickly, probably quicker than anyone expected, which is a good thing. I'll just speak at the beginning from the NMOGA API standpoint. We have some witness availability issues, particularly in the middle of the week, but also some other issues that would have to cause us to put witnesses on virtually, which I don't think anybody prefers. So here's what we're looking to arrange if it works. I think what we would anticipate based on Ms. Sona's comments is going to cross-examination of the CCAE witnesses on Monday. After that, I think the next party to present would be HF Sinclair, which asked to present on Tuesday. We are looking to bring Dr. Schubert in and have him available on Monday for his direct and cross. But then what we would propose is so that we can get the rest of the NMOGA API panel together and present them live, that we present on Thursday. I think Oxy has some similar witness availability issues. And I guess just from my perspective, it looks like if we did that, we might be taking Wednesday off.
Huh. Okay. I guess my question based on that is how else will we be able to use Monday?
Madam Hearing Officer, I believe that Monday morning would be the cross-examination of the CCA witnesses. Mr. Madsen has graciously agreed to come back to finish that up. And then I believe Mr. Mullenberg indicated that his witness, Mr. Schubert, would be available for Monday afternoon. And so we may end up finishing a little early Monday, but given the availability that the parties have stated for their witnesses, I'm not sure how else necessarily to proceed.
All right. So let me ask Mr. Maxwell, would you be making a statement of some kind?
Your Honor, I do intend to make a statement.
Would you be able to do that on Monday?
Yes.
Terrific. So that's one thing we can do. I don't know if Mr. Weatherby intends to make a statement, but I can invite that. Would an Oxy witness be available Monday? We don't have Mr. Tucker, I don't think.
Hi, this is Aaron Tucker.
Oh,
on the
great. If we were to
our-
move, at still a good clip, would it be possible to put on an Oxy witness on Monday?
Our witnesses were planning to appear in person, and were not available on Monday.
Okay. And what about American Fuel? I don't think we have Mr. Wexler. Oh, okay. Ms. Olson?
Yeah, Madam Hearing Officer, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Oh, good. So we, I think probably everyone's familiar. We have one witness. His testimony is only 2 pages, and it's really not terribly substantive. And so for administrative efficiency, Mr. Wexler intended to, but I can now reach out to the parties to see if folks would be willing to just stipulate to admission of his testimony without requiring him to present at the hearing, and that could save some time. And then that would just leave our opening, which I anticipate to be fairly short. Unfortunately, Jeff and I are both out of town. I think he told you, tied up in other matters on Monday and Tuesday. So the earliest I would be available to be able to give that opening would be Wednesday. However, I don't think it would make sense to require everyone to come to the hearing just to hear a brief opening. So maybe we could squeeze that in on Thursday or Friday.
All right. So it sounds as though we can fill at least most of Monday, and it sounds as though we have enough to warrant meeting again on Tuesday. Some of the witnesses require Tuesday. And then how does the board feel about taking Wednesday off and coming back Thursday?
So Madam Hearing Officer, the only thing is,
So let me, do you think we'd be able to finish up on Thursday?
To finish Thursday?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure. Mr. Mullenberg is proposing, well, I don't want to speak for you, but is it fair you're proposing 4 witnesses that day? So we may have a robust day.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it would bleed into Friday or not.
All right. That's okay. I was just looking for an idea. All right. So are there objections to proceeding Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and then only as much as of Friday as we need and taking off Wednesday? No? All right. Well, thank you all very much. And I'm sorry?
She asked me if I agreed.
Oh,
yes.
okay, good. So we'll call it a day here at 4:21. Yeah, Miss Sona? Oh, okay, go ahead. Oh, so let's go back on the record. While we were off the record, we came collectively to an agreement that we would proceed through Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday as necessary, but we will plan to take off Wednesday. So let's talk about your other matter, Mr. DeSalen.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I believe that we neglected to move for the admission of some of our exhibits. So I'll let Ms. Gerson handle that because it was her witness. But I just want to make sure that we get that done before we leave tonight.
Great, thank you. Ms. Gerson?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I do appreciate this opportunity. And as Mr. DeSalen mentioned, I would like to offer for the record CCAE exhibits 9 through 15. 9, CCAE exhibit 9 is Dr. Laskowski's testimony. Exhibit 10 is her resume, and the remainder are documents referenced in her testimony.
Thank you. Yes, I see with your NOI exhibits 9 through 15. I'll pause for a moment in the event there are objections. All right, exhibits 9 through 15 are admitted. What else? Is there something else we're doing then?
Yes, I did just want to point out that CCAE and NMED have some exhibits that are the same. Those exhibits are CCAE Exhibit 11, which is NMED Exhibit 31. CCAE Exhibit 12 is NMED Exhibit 9. And last CCAE Exhibit 13 is NMED Exhibit 83-X.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
Is there anything else we can do while we're together before we repair outside?
One more matter, Madam Hearing Officer. Also in terms of exhibits, I believe that Mr. Smith with Rio Valley Biofuels had proposed an exhibit for inclusion in the docket, and we didn't officially move to admit that. I just wanted to make a note of that in case that is something he is seeking to do.
All right. Let me ask if there is an objection to Mr. Smith's document. Okay, hearing none, it's admitted. And just as a reminder, we'll be handling his questioning by the department and the board next week at a time that he and Ms. Sona agreed to. All right, thank you all very much. We'll adjourn then for the day, and I'll see you 9 o'clock Monday morning.